Presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Arizona.
Some matinee baseball in downtown Phoenix. We are inside Chase Field for the series finale against the Phillies. Diamondbacks with a chance to take this final game from the Phils before those first-place Giants come in here on Friday. It's D-backs baseball this afternoon on Fox Sports Arizona. Good afternoon from Chase Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly along the way. Our pitching matchup today, a rematch of a Father's Day matchup in Philadelphia when the Diamondbacks' Archie Bradley beat the Phillies' Zach Eflin.
Yeah, one of the better starts for Archie this season. Gave up only 3 hits and 1 unearned run in that game against the Phillies. He backed that up with another solid outing against the Rockies at Coors Field. Gave up single hits in the first 5 innings of that game. It went on to last 4 hours and 30 minutes. Archie was long gone by then.
Archie had no decision in that start Friday at Coors Field. Gave up only 1 run in 5 innings, so he's out there today against Zach Eflin, who will have to deal, Bob, with Jake Lamb, who has been a one-man wrecking crew against the Phillies this year.
Yeah, he absolutely has beat on the Phillies pitching staff this season. You know, you kind of lose sight of it in the roller coaster year the Diamondbacks are having, but Jake Lamb is 3rd among National League third basemen in batting average and 2nd only to Nolan Arenado in every other important offensive categories. He had an outstanding year.
You see those 2 hits from last night, a triple and a home run. Jake now has the team lead in home runs. So we're set to go. A matinee game for you here in the series finale. Zach Eflin for the Phillies and Archie Bradley for the Diamondbacks. First pitch coming up. Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. By Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Double Jack Burger today, only at Jack in the Box. By Oregano's. Step up to the plate for a guaranteed home run at Oregano's, your neighborhood pizza joint, location statewide. And by your Valley Honda dealers, where you get more standard features for less money. Sports Arizona is brought to you by Lone Butte Casino. Get in on big wins. By Mattress Firm. Save money, sleep happy. And by Gigablast, 100 times more powerful internet from Cox. Bring on tomorrow. Inside Chase Field, some Wednesday matinee baseball for you. The series finale, Goldie and the Diamondbacks set to take on the Philadelphia Phillies. First pitch is next on Fox Sports Arizona.
Big strikeout for Archie Bradley. Dropped it in there. Beautiful pitch by Archie Bradley. Archie Bradley, 94. And there is Archie Bradley, the big right-hander, making his way in for the bullpen here at Chase Field. And we are set to go. A battery for the Diamondbacks of Archie Bradley on the mound. And Chris Herman behind the plate against Pete Maccannon's Phillies, who today have a chance to complete their first road series sweep since the last week of April.
Yeah, these are not the Phillies we saw back in Philadelphia at the beginning of that last road trip. Here's how Pete Maccannon will line them up today. Odubel Herrera once again leading off in center field. Peter Borges out in right field. Cody Ashley in left field. Mikael Franco down at third base with Tommy Joseph back in the lineup at first. Cameron Rupp behind the plate. Freddie Galvis at short. Cesar Hernandez at second base. And Zach Eflin, the right-hander, on the mound.
Diamondbacks begin play today, 13.5 games behind the Giants, who play later tonight at Oakland. Giants are in here on Friday after an off day tomorrow. And the D-backs right now 6.5 back of the National League wild card spot, and looking to at least salvage the finale of this 3-game set against Philadelphia.
That's not much to hang your hat on, but that's the Diamondbacks' goal, is to try to at least take one game of this series and then hope to get hot against the Giants and the Padres the remainder of this homestand.
And here are the Arizona Diamondbacks as we take the field. And Archie Bradley is your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the D-backs. 3 in 8 starts. He beat the Phillies 2 starts ago when he allowed only 3 hits in 6 innings. Command issues his last time out. That was Friday at the Rockies. He walked 4 in 5 innings.
Yeah, he's walked 6 over his last 2 starts against the Phillies and Rockies. Only one of those walks has come around to score, but 2 of them were back-to-back after a base hit that pushed a runner to third base and later scored on a sac fly. So the walks have hurt him, not quite as bad as they possibly could have.
Let's take a look at the Diamondbacks around Archie Bradley. Our eye on defense brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Michael Bourne ball hawking out in center field again tonight. Brandon Drury in left. Yasmani Tomas in right. It'll be a left side of the infield of Lamb and Segura at short today. Goslin at second base. Goldie over at first on the right side. Chris Herman doing the catching with his brand new shoes. And Archie Bradley, the right-hander, on the mound.
Dale Scott, the crew chief, will have our balls and strikes this afternoon. He's got the plate back there. Bob Davidson at first base. Watch out for those balks. Lance Barrett at second, and Pat Hoberg is the third base umpire here today.
It's funny you mention that because Archie did have a balk called on him in his last start.
You're right. Did not step off the rubber before throwing over to the first base bank. Just kind of jumped off. And Diamondbacks in that ball game Friday. That crazy game at Coors Field had 2 balks in that game. The longest 9-inning game in the history of the National League, 4 hours and 30 minutes.
That game was so long they could have changed some of the rules during the course of the ball game.
Well, this was a moment ago as we took the field. Gene Segura always seems to get it from his teammates every time out there, and frankly, he's had enough. Sometimes it's sunflower seeds, it's water, it's abuse.
Well, whatever you're doing, keep doing it, because
Exactly.
Gene Segura is swinging a red-hot bat.
It ain't broke, don't fix it. So we're set to go. The series finale, D-backs and the Phillies. Glad you're with us on this warm Wednesday afternoon in the Valley. And Odubel Herrera sent to lead it all for the Phillies. 309, 8 home runs.
And we probably shouldn't have to point this out, but it would really benefit the Diamondbacks if Archie Bradley can pitch deep into this ball game last night, with Zach Greinke only going 2 innings last night. Chip had to get 7 innings out of his bullpen, so if Archie could get deep into this game, it would really help matters.
Delgado, Chafin, Clippard, Hudson, Ziegler all worked last night. There's ball 1 to Odubel, who's had a big series here. 6 for 10, a double and an RBI. Herrera has had multiple hits in each of his last 3 games.
Herrera and the rest of the left-handed hitters in this Phillies lineup last night really wearing out the opposite field.
Ties him up inside, 2 balls and 1 strike.
First game of the series, Herrera had 3 base hits to the opposite field, had an infield hit and another base hit to the opposite field last night.
Well, right away, Archie behind in the count, 3-1. We have seen him, and it's just such a dramatic difference, Bob, with Archie. When he's ahead in the count, he is a completely different pitcher. Most guys are, but it seems to be an extreme with him. Fouls that one off down the left field line, and it's a full count, 3-2.
Well, if you haven't been with us the first 2 games of this series, or during the road trip when we faced the Phillies, you've really missed something with Odubel Herrera and his stance up there at the plate. Laying down on the inside of that right instep, big high leg kick. Tell you what, though, when his timing is good, he can spray line drives all over the ballpark. That just looks so uncomfortable.
A leadoff walk. Well, as we mentioned, Archie walked 4 in 5 innings at Colorado on Friday, and a base on balls opens this ball game for Peter Borges. Peter hitting .259. He's homered twice. Pete Mackanin suggesting that this might be the hottest hitter in baseball right now. He's hit safely in 8 straight.
Yeah, Borges has been on other teams that have come in to play here at Chase Field, but unfortunately for him and his family, he's never been swinging the bat very well and didn't get into a lot of those ball games. But he's red hot now and getting an opportunity to get 4 or 5 at bats a game in front of mom and dad.
Singled and walked last night. He had 3 hits Monday. That's out of play. So he's hit safely in 8 straight. He's got 15 hits during his streak. And this is a guy who earlier this month was sort of called out by Pete Mackanin saying something had to change. Well, he figured it out in a hurry.
Day games or after night games are tough on managers too. Pete with a little bit of a stifled yawn over there in that first base dugout. Although he probably slept a little better than Chip Hale did last night.
I bet he did. End of a long road trip for the Phillies. They went to Minnesota, San Francisco, now 3 in Arizona. Archie behind in the count again, 2 balls and 1 strike. Peter Borges gets this up in the air. Deep fly ball to left field. Brandon Drury's at the wall, and he'll watch it go. Well, make it 9 straight for Peter Borges. That's his 3rd home run, and just like that, it's 2-0 Phillies.
Pete Mackanin doesn't lie. He said Peter Borges is one of the hottest hitters in the National League right now, and he goes on to prove it right here. Pitch up over the inside part of the plate. And that is a fence high fastball for Peter Borges. He rides it out of here to left field.
So 2 batters, 2 runs against Archie Bradley. Here's the left fielder Cody Ashe.
There's Pete's mom and dad, Chris and Janet. Boy, what an unexpected treat to get to come out to the ballpark for 3 days and watch your son in the lineup every day and see him produce the way Borges has in this series.
Cody Ashe, 269, couple of home runs. He struck out 3 times last night. He's got 1 hit in the series.
You know, the Phillies leadoff hitter Herrera has reached to start the ball game all 3 games of this series, but today the first time he came around to score in the first inning.
There's a strike, 2-2. Tapped to first, a fair ball for Goldie, and there's the first out. That'll bring up the cleanup man, Maikel Franco, who's had a very big series for the Phillies. Doubled and homered last night. 2 hits, drove in 3 Mondays. Hit safely in 5 straight. This was Franco last night off Randall Delgado, who hung one. Really the only mistake Bob Randall made in 3 innings of relief.
Yeah, Randall pitched really well in his 3 innings of work in relief of Zach Greinke. And, you know, talking about this Phillies offense and the turnaround since that last road trip, I don't think any offensive player has improved as much as Franco has. He had some horrible at-bats back in Philly.
He's a very talented player, the centerpiece of their offense right now, and he's digging his way out from a deep hole. Leads the Phillies with 13 homers. He's knocked in 41 runs. Shift is on. The second baseman Phil Gosselin on the shortstop side of the bag. That one came in right on the hands. Nice play by Jake Lamb. 2 down. Well, you mentioned how well that Peter Borges has done, Bob, back here in the old hometown in front of family and friends. Well, it's been sort of the reverse for poor Tommy Joseph out of Horizon High School. Had a whole section full of folks, about 95 tickets Monday, went 0 for 5 and struck out 4 times.
Kept him cool, though, swinging that bat, circulating some air around Chase Field.
Had the night off last night. He's up there with 2 outs and 2 runs in. Strike 1 from Archie Bradley. 234, 8 homers for Joseph. I think he was so worn out from trying to collect 95 tickets that he had nothing left for the game.
You're probably right. And, you know, we joke about it, but it is taxing on a player when you go to your home and, you know, you got to get up for breakfast in the morning with grandma and grandpa and aunts and uncles, and then you go to lunch with mom and dad. And After the game, you might meet up with some high school or college buddies, whatever the case may be. It turns out to be a rough 3 games trying to entertain everybody and still play the game at a high level.
A lot of distractions for this young man. 24 years old. He'll be 25 next month. 2-2.
That's one of the things you learn about the game as well. It's not always on the field. You learn how to manage your time off the field as well. You learn how to say no to certain people and impress upon them how valuable your time is and how much you have to do in a day just to get ready to play a ball game. Pitches up in the zone here from Archie Bradley, challenging Joseph up there above the top of the zone with fastballs in the low 90s.
Here's Mom. Fights that one off. It stays 2-2. Well, Joseph has really struggled lately, not just Monday night. He's hitting under 140 in his last 15 games, including 17 strikeouts, and just does stay alive there. Got under that one a bit.
Just a little behind everything. He's a pretty good high fastball hitter, but Archie's been able to tie him up with those fastballs up there above the top of the zone.
He's able to check that time, and he's worked it full 3-2. Archie threw 25 pitches, more balls than strikes. He's already given up 2 runs on the Borges homer. The tapper over the mound. Segura from shortstop on the short hop. Throws him out. A walk to Herrera. The home run by Borges. Phillies put 2 on the board. Diamondbacks coming up against Zach Eflin. Starting pitcher for Philadelphia, Zach Eflin. Big guy out there, 6'6", just 22 years old, only his 4th career major league appearance. He pitched pretty well against the D-backs. Father's Day at Citizens Bank Park, but got the loss.
Yeah, one really bad outing against the Toronto Blue Jays that skewed his numbers badly. Gave up 8 earned runs in 2 2/3. He's been pretty good out of the rotation last couple of times. Here's how Chip Hale will line him up today against Eflin. It'll be Gene Segura at short, Phil Gosselin at second, Paul Goldschmidt at first, Jake Lamb down at third base, Tomas in right, Herman doing the catching, Drury in left, Archie Bradley the pitcher hitting in the 8th spot, and Michael Bourne batting 9th in center field.
Strike 1 from Zach Eflin. Segura .313. He's homered 5 times. Gene with 2 more hits, another walk last night. He's had 3 hits in the series. Archie Bradley was behind in the count to all 5 Phillies hitters he faced in the first. Eflin immediately ahead of Segura 1-2. And there's a ground ball. Nice little scoop there by Joseph. And that's the first out. Our eye on defense for the Phillies, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Feature an outfield of Cody Ashe in left field, Odubel Herrera in center, Peter Borges over in right field. The infield will be Mikael Franco at third, Freddie Galvis at short, Cesar Hernandez at second, Tommy Joseph over at first base, Cameron Rupp, big head doing the catching today, and right-hander Zach Eflin on the mound.
Day off for Nick Ahmed, Segura playing shortstop, and Phil Gosselin playing second base and batting in the 2-hole. Phil at .255 with 1 home run. Gosselin singled in his only at bat of the game Monday. Struck out as a pinch hitter last night. Gosselin laces that one down the right field line. A fair ball. Borges plays it off the bullpen wall out there, and Phil Gosselin has his 4th double.
Stayed on that pitch nicely. Fastball up and out over the plate. Just drove it down that right field line. And we've seen Pete Borges have some issues out there in right field in this series with the padded wall and the chain link fence and some angles out there in that right field corner. And that ball doesn't always take a true hop when it gets down into that corner.
A chance to strike back after the Phillies got 2 in the top of the first. Here's Goldie. There's strike 1. Paul Goldschmidt hitting an even .300. He's got 14 home runs. Better than a .360 hitter against the Phillies this year. Matt Williams coaching at third. 0-2. Time now, Bob, for your Valley Honda dealers. Key to the game.
Don't mean to oversimplify. 3-2-1 contact. Diamondbacks have had 13 at bats with runners in scoring position in this series. They have 1 hit that didn't produce an RBI, and they've struck out 7 times in those 13 at bats. Just put the ball in play. Take your chances.
The non-productive outs have really been a problem. 0-2 to Goldie. Lays off that time.
Something the Diamondbacks really worked hard on in spring training. The idea of getting to a 2-strike and altering your approach. Just try to make contact, put the ball in play, put the pressure on the defense. But lately there have been a lot of swings and misses.
And you look at the Giants out top of the NL West by 13.5 games over the Diamondbacks. They hardly ever strike out the Giants. They always put the ball in play, and that's a big reason why. That one tied him up. He did not go. That's Bob Davidson down there, and it's 2-2.
Well, as usual, one guy you cannot point the finger at for failures with runners in scoring position is the guy at the plate, as Goldie checked his swing as he tried to get out of the way of that 94-mile-an-hour heater up and in. Goldie with runners in scoring position since the middle of May is hitting .424.
Bounces that one upstairs for Franco. Skies up there, makes a nice play, and Joseph got the tag on. Nicely done by the Phillies corner infielders. Thought that might hop over Franco's head at third, but he reached up there and grabbed it.
Yeah, it looked like Franco came in a step and then froze and made that jumping play, and Tommy Joseph, in the estimation of Bob Davidson, got the tag down on Goldie as he went by.
Well, let's see. Chip Hale is yelling for Jake Lamb to wait until he gets in the batter's box, because Chip is still on the top step of the dugout. He wants to slow this up for a moment while Alan Campbell has a look, and they will challenge this call at first.
Yeah, it's a phantom tag.
The headsets will come on. So you've got Dale Scott, the crew chief, behind the plate. Bob Davidson, who made the call at first, and the call goes out to New York. This is a big call right here. You're down 2-0. You have the chance to get 2 on with 1 out ahead of Jake Lamb. And the way Jake has been hitting against the Phillies this year, that's a situation you're looking for.
Absolutely. Traffic on the bases there rather than 2 outs and a man at second base. You'd love to have first and second, 1 out, and one of your hottest hitters coming up to the plate. Joseph with the jump and the swipe, but you see the way Goldie turned his upper body, made himself thin. It looked like Joseph missed him.
Well, do we have a definitive look that shows air between the glove and the jersey? Because that's what we need. Fancy footwork by Goldie, that's for sure.
Really good base running by Goldie. I mean, ideally, that's the one time you get on the ground is to avoid a tag at first base, but he was going full speed. He was so close to the bag, all he could do was turn his upper body away from the tag. And it looked like he avoided Joseph's glove.
Well, this is new.
Maybe some equipment issues. Communicating with New York. I'm not sure why the umpires left the field as quickly as they did right there.
There's one more look.
That brief moment when the tag would have been behind Tommy Joseph there. This is the one I think is the most definitive. He swipes and misses Goldie completely right there.
You never see the glove react to touching Goldie's chest. The glove never moves. So the umpires have gone inside the clubhouse down there. We've had early challenges throughout this series.
Chip's a little more likely to use that challenge since we're behind 2-0 in the first inning. You know, take your shot early. Phillies were able to put 2 on the board in the top of the inning. Should Goldie be ruled safe down there at first base and Jake Lamb at the plate, well, you like your chances of maybe getting a couple runs back here in the bottom of the first inning.
Of course, Jake Lamb tripled and homered in the ball game last night. And Lamb against Eflin in Philadelphia on Father's Day had an RBI double in that ball game. There is an issue with the headset, so that's why they have had to go inside.
I think this is the most definitive look. You see Joseph swipe and clearly no contact made there.
Yeah, he didn't touch him there. Let's see.
This is the one where you lose sight of the glove, as the tag would have been applied, but because we know from the other angle that he didn't make contact. That's the thing that takes a while. You got to put together several replays to try to get the timing right and see something in one replay that you couldn't see in the other replay.
Well, the long delay more a result of the headset issue than the replay process itself. And here they come. He is safe at first. Diamondbacks win the challenge. Once again, Alan Campbell right on the money. The Diamondbacks video coordinator does an outstanding job. And the Diamondbacks with Jake Lamb at the plate have Phil Gosselin in second and Paul Goldschmidt at first with 1 out.
Now, we've been lobbying for an award for the video coordinators. It's become such an important part of the ball game. And Alan Campbell is one of the best in the game.
Well, they put a base hit up there. Now they've taken it down and given Franco an error at third. So it's E5 that puts Goldie at first. No base hit on that play. Jake Lamb now. This was Jake last night. His 16th of the year off former D-back David Hernandez.
That's no way to treat a good old friend.
That was in the 7th inning with 2 outs in a tie game, and it came on an 0-2 pitch. How clutch is that? And Jake's ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. 286 now, 16 homers. He's knocked in 52. And this is game 81, so this is the halfway point in the season. So you're looking at a 30 homer, 100 RBI pace from Jake. And he drives this one deep to center field. That's gone. He did it again. Jake Lamb, a 3-run homer, and it's 3-2 Diamondbacks. He is killing these Phillies.
Is he ever? That ball is absolutely torpedoed. Up and out over the plate. Jake gets down and through it. Got tremendous carry to straightaway center field. Of course, that yellow stripe is halfway up the batter's eye out there in center field. Had to see if it had enough to get above, and it easily hits above the stripe.
That's a jumbo jack, courtesy of our friends at Jack in the Box. A free jumbo jack tomorrow with the purchase of a drink. So it was 2-0. Now it's 3-2. And here's Yasmani Tomas. Jake Lamb is 17th homer, now 55 RBIs.
40 extra base hits on the season now for Jake Lamb.
How are we looking?
Woo.
Tomas had a home run last night, 261, now 13 homers. And it was a big one, the biggest of the year, in fact, onto the concourse in deep left center field. And it tied the ball game in the 6th inning. StatCast measured Tomas's home run at 460 feet. As Jake Lamb and Goldie go over the game plan there. 460, the longest home run by a Diamondback player this year. 2-2 on Tomas. It looked a little something like this.
Really timed that breaking ball well, caught it out in front. You can see it hit well up there on the concourse. I was just watching the fans in the bleachers, and they all stood up, and next thing you saw them looking up in the air as the ball sailed over their heads.
Yasmani has homered 6 times in his last 11 games. There's a bouncer foul to Dave McKay. .443 feet on the Jake Lamb homer.
I mentioned Goldie's numbers over the last month or so with runners in scoring position. Jake Lamb is now hitting 400 in the last calendar month with runners in scoring position, 3 homers and 18 runs driven in.
3-2 pitches in there, and Eflin has his first strikeout. Chris Herman getting the start behind the plate today. The Herminator, 298, 6 homers. And Chris has been dealing with a painful right hamstring cramp since at least the weekend in Colorado. So Chip has stayed away from using him in the first 2 games of this series, trying to give him a break. Let that thing feel a little better. But he's been rolling lately. He's hit safely in 5 straight, 7 of his last 8.
Yeah, when we got off that bus Sunday night here at the ballpark, the players went into the clubhouse to drop off some equipment, and
here's a high fly ball deep right center field. Herrera calling for it, and he runs it down just shy of the pool. But the Phillies got 2 in the top half. The Diamondbacks answer with 3 in the home half. Jake Lamb is 17th. It's 3-2.
One's going to be making the decision along with the doctor. So I would say we obviously tomorrow off, and then see how he comes in and if he's able to throw. If he's not able to throw, there's no way he can make his next start.
So that was before the game today. Chip Hale on Zack Greinke. They're going to give him a couple of days, see how he feels on Friday, and make a decision.
Well, obviously everybody with fingers crossed, hoping for the best after the off day tomorrow. See how Zack feels on Friday, and ideally something that passes rather quickly and he's able to go about his regular routine before his next start.
Cameron Rupp will lead off the Phillies second against Archie Bradley, who's now got a 3-2 lead. There's never a good time to have a guy like Zack Greinke injured. However, you do have an off day coming up. You got another off day next week. You got the All-Star break. So if you did have to DL Zack Greinke, you wouldn't actually miss that much time if it was just 15 days. A base hit for Rupp. Well, this is what happened with Zack Greinke. Tightness in his left oblique. On this RBI sac fly, that's when Zack said he suffered it or first felt it, and then when he tried to go out there to start the third inning, just couldn't go, and everybody decided to play it safe.
Yeah, probably a wise decision. I mean, this is a guy you have a lot of money invested in. He's going to be a huge part of this rotation, not only this year, but for the foreseeable future. And you'd much rather skip a couple starts now, if necessary, and have him healthy the rest of the way than try to force the issue and lose him for the rest of the season.
Freddie Galvis skies this one to deep right center field. Tomas calls off Bourne. Run away. Well, Chip said you could, because of the off days coming up, just skip Zack Greinke's turn and bring Archie Bradley back in that spot, because that's the way the days would line up. That's one option. The other option is the disabled list. Cesar Hernandez, the second baseman. Singled last night. He had 3 hits and a couple of RBIs Monday. 261 on the year.
8th batter of the game for Archie. He's only thrown 2 first pitch strikes up to this point.
Going to drop in front of Michael Bourne in center, and the Phillies have 2 on with 1 out.
Little jam shot, finds grass out there in shallow center field. Fortunately, Cameron Rupp, rather, the runner at first base, not the swiftest base runner on this Phillies roster. He jogs into second base.
Well, he's a catcher.
Yeah, double play still in order here. He's a big-headed catcher, and that's his manager's term. That's what he calls him. Big head.
He's got a big head.
Yes, he does.
I don't know if it's Bruce Bochy size, but it looks close. What is it with you catchers?
Well, you got to have a big dome to hold all that smarts. That's what it is.
It's just swollen from all the foul balls.
Probably that.
Does Bruce Bochy have the biggest head of anybody?
I think so. Yeah, I think in baseball, I think it's like 8 1/4, maybe 8 1/2. And he had to take his own helmet and hat with him everywhere he went, you know, until they could get one to fit him for his new ball clubs.
Well,
I can't help it. Born this way.
0-1 on the pitcher, Zach Eflin. Rupp at second, Hernandez at first. Oh, and 2. Struck him out. First strikeout for Archie Bradley. 2 down. Hey, D-backs fans, fill out your 2016 Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot right now at dbacks.com. You can do that on your tablet, your computer, your smartphone. Vote up to 35 times. Vote today, vote tomorrow, vote early, vote often, the whole thing. dbacks.com/vote. The leadoff man, Odubel Herrera, 2 on and 2 out. Walked and scored to lead off the ball game. Came in on the Peter Borges home run. Borges on deck.
You mentioned Herrera's been doing such a nice job of hitting the ball to the opposite field. Archie tries to go inside, and it looked like he nipped the bottom of the strike zone right there, but didn't get the call.
One and one.
Payback.
Look on Odubel Herrera's face. Say what?
That's kind of the same look Archie Bradley had on his face after the first pitch.
Dale's got the kerchief back there. Very deliberate strike mechanic for Dale. He sort of cranks up, winds up, thinks about it, and then gives it to you. Fly ball to Yasmani Tomas, who's right there. Archie Bradley strands 2. Diamondbacks have a 3-2 lead. Lead the Phillies 3-2. And fans, the fireworks show at Chase Field is a fan favorite. It's coming up Monday, 4th of July. Diamondbacks have an expanded fireworks spectacular to celebrate the nation's independence. Game time against the Padres is 6:10. And then the fireworks spectacular after the ball game, presented by Gila River Casinos. Get your tickets at dbacks.com. Getting set for All-American weekend at the ballpark. Goldie Bobblehead Day is Saturday. Fireworks on the 4th. A big weekend here. dbacks.com/tickets. Brandon Drury leads off the second against Zach Eflin. Brandon getting the start in left field this afternoon. 272 and 8 home runs. Dale Scott doesn't like the high strike.
Or the low strike.
He's not searching for strikes. That's the problem. 2-2.
There's a defensive replacement waiting to get into the game right there. It's not unusual to see guys sitting on the bench holding his bat, got his batting gloves on, looking forward to an at bat. Nick can't wait to get out there and field some ground balls.
Still waiting for the phone call from wife Amanda. This is it. They're due to have a baby boy any minute now. Good take by Brandon. He's worked it full 3-2 to lead off the D-backs second.
take that time. Breaking ball just off that outside corner.
Drury laces a base hit into left field. Brandon's bat coming around lately. He started Sunday at Colorado, had 2 hits, scored twice, and here's a single in his first at bat today.
Not hit as hard as some of the line drives we saw off the bat of Brandon Drury early in this season, but start somewhere. That one down near the trademark a little bit, just muscles it out into left field for a base hit.
Archie Bradley batting 8th this afternoon. Michael Bourne, the center fielder in the 9-hole, is on deck. Archie 2 hits and 15 at bats.
A couple sack bunts on the season. Probably be asked to do so right here.
Franco creeps in from third.
Saw Matt Williams briefly go through some signs there to Archie Bradley. A lot of times if the bunt is on, it stays on. That way Matt Williams doesn't have to go back to the bunt sign every pitch. The more often you go back to a sign in an obvious situation, the easier it is for the other team to steal your signs.
Archie can't get it down that time, and it's 0-2.
Boy, this is flip a coin back there, Dale. Come on now. Ball drops below the zone. Might have been a good pitch to bunt, though. Breaking ball working down. It was already down below the bottom of the strike zone. Usually you hit the top half of the ball when you try to bunt that pitch.
Well, Archie strikes out. Not the productive out they were looking for, but Dale Scott did his part.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Michael Bourne, another start in center field. He's the only guy out there. Chris Herman, the backup, is catching today. Michael at 242. He's homered twice. Franco with his toes on the grass at third. Joseph holding Drury on the bag at first. And there's the strike, 0-1. It's like a Jackson Pollock painting back there.
I'm not quite sure where the strike zone is right now.
You put a K zone up there, it's going to look like a Rorschach test. Missed with that one. It's a ball and a strike to Bourne.
You be the judge. I mean, Cameron didn't do him many favors, kind of pushed it down and pulled it back up.
I've seen catchers, and every time people talk about pitch framing, Bob, the great ones, they say always catch the ball while the glove is moving toward the strike zone, right?
Yeah, try to get outside the ball and always be working back toward the center of the strike zone as you receive the pitch. A lot of guys like that previous pitch to Cameron. You catch the ball as you're tracking the movement and push it out of the zone ever so slightly and then try to bring it back to where it was. The really good ones get outside the baseball so that glove is always working its way back toward the middle of the plate. Not always an easy thing to do.
A fly ball out to Cody Ashe, backing up in left field, still backing up, and he won't get there. And one hops the wall. Drury stops at third. It carried over the head of Cody Ashe in left.
That ball carried a long way off the bat of Michael Bourne that time, all the way out to the warning track in left field. Wind must be blowing that direction. Cody Ashe playing really shallow for Michael Bourne. Had no chance to retreat on that ball and make a play.
No chance for the Diamondbacks to pad their 3-2 lead. We got Drury at third, Bourne at second, one out for Gene Segura. Gene grounded out his first time up. Fly ball to center field. It freezes Herrera. Drury at third, and here we go. The throw is into shortstop, and it's 4-2 D-backs. RBI for Gene. Right there, the difference, Bob, between a productive out and a non-productive out. That's where the strikeouts really come back and bite you.
Absolutely. You put that ball in play, medium depth fly ball to center field. That time produces a run. Ground ball in a hole produces a run. So many ways you can get a guy on the plate. All you have to do is put the ball in play.
Phil Gosselin did that in his first at bat. A double down the right field line. The start at second base today. Michael Bourne at second, 2 outs, a run in. '18th start of the year for Phil Gosselin. When Phil's been in there, he's hit just about .240 as a starter this year. Galvis, the shortstop, has it. Diamondbacks get one more. Through 2, they have a 4-2 lead.
It's pretty sad.
Coach Sean Payton coaching them up. Diamondbacks have a 4-2 lead. Tonight's Lowe's home field advantage. Some Chase Field magic, Bob.
Yeah, the defense here at home since May 31st. Diamondbacks tied with the Marlins for the best fielding percentage in the National League. Really turned it around. There have been some shaky defensive games, especially on that last road trip. Had one really bad one in Philadelphia, but for the most part, the Diamondbacks have been getting it done with the leather.
That's a guy that gets it done all the time, Sean Payton out there. He is tireless working with the youngsters here at the ballpark. Well, he's got to work on his base running coaching, but
go.
High five.
Nice.
Well done. Peter Borges homered in the Philly first against Archie Bradley, his third of the year. Thing about Sean up there, he does that for 9 innings.
Oh yeah, nonstop.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Does camps, does clinics, all kinds of youth days all over the valley.
Spends times up there with the little kids, and then he'll go to the batting cage with the older kids.
1-2 on board. Just that one really locked him up.
Way off the plate, up and in.
Lays off the high one again. Dale Scott not giving him that high strike. Here's a look. And that's strike 3 right there. That bat is over. I mean, what's Dale Scott going to do if they do decide to raise the strike zone like they've talked about? He might lower his. Who knows?
Who knows?
2-2. Called strike 3. Ring him up and sit him down. Second strikeout for Archie.
Well, a good curveball from Archie. Got it going on early. If he can command that pitch consistently, keep it down there near the bottom of the strike zone against righties and lefties, that is a really good weapon for him.
And I think that's one reason, Bob, why he had so many walks at Coors Field. That curveball just was not there for him at that altitude. Odiashi. Swing and a miss.
Another wicked curveball. Wicked good.
Well, he has that pitch working for him. That's when he is at his best, Archie Bradley. Now he's getting ahead in counts as well, a big difference maker for him. 0-2. Strike count starting to climb up. Archie had more balls than strikes late in the first inning, but now 28 strikes, 18 balls.
Boy, when you've had a high pitch count inning early in the ball game, first or second inning of the ball game, you're constantly searching for that quick one, that single digit inning, 8 or 9 pitches, get your team back in the dugout, get that average pitch per inning down so that you can pitch a little bit deeper into the game. Of course, the Phillies have to cooperate a little bit, put some early pitches in play.
Zoom ball on the 1-2 pitch. Laces it into the glove of Segura. Gene goes and gets it. 2 down.
Well, a great job of body control. Gene was ready to make a leap much earlier, but then he read that ball. It wasn't hit as hard as he thought. He timed his jump perfectly. It takes a base hit away from Cody Ash.
2 down for Maikel Franco. Franco grounded out his first time up. And again, the Diamondbacks have the overshift on the left-hand side. There's ball 1. To Jake Lamb, a 1-2-3 third for Archie Bradley, who's got a 4-2 lead.
Half of the third inning. Time to take a look at this day in baseball history, brought to you by Geico. Randy Johnson, at 40 years of age, on this day struck out fellow USC alum Jeff Cirillo to record his 4,000th strikeout. Only the fourth pitcher all time to reach that number, and did it faster than Nolan Ryan, Roger Clemens, or the other guy, Steve Carlton.
The 0-1 to Paul Goldschmidt to lead off the bottom of the third. Goldie reached on that Franco error at third base that was initially ruled an out call at first, overturned by the challenge.
Yeah, Randy's 4,000th K was actually a strike him out, throw him out at third base. Double play on your 4,000th strikeout.
Not bad. Second on the all-time list.
Ooh, got a piece of Cameron Rupp back there. Just one of those burners off the upper arm, it looked like.
Oh yeah,
right off the forearm near the elbow, but a glancing blow. That's all right. That's not bad.
Still got that hand out there exposed, though, the whole arm. Still shaking it off as he goes back behind the plate.
This is why so many catchers rightfully put that right arm behind their back when they're receiving a pitch with nobody on base.
2-2.
I mean, for some guys who are considered defensive catchers, that's your moneymaker. That throwing arm, the ability to slow down a running game, and you take a foul ball off the knuckles or off the elbow, you could miss a considerable amount of time. So whenever possible, I always like to tell our catchers to get that hand behind your back.
Sky high up near the rafters, foul territory. Franco and Galvis, and Michael Franco has it. Everybody can exhale now, including you, Michael. Well, here's the guy who's got the game's big hit. Diamondbacks were down 2-0 in the home half of the first, and Jake Lamb launched a 3-run homer well over the yellow line in dead center, his 17th home run. Boom.
Oh, man. We talked for the last 4 years about that Goldie sound. Goldie squaring it up and the noise it makes coming off his bat. Jake Lamb's got his own special noise when he makes contact.
He's got that axe bat. Look at the bottom handle of that bat. Jake started using that in the offseason. Used a Dustin Pedroia model. It's got a special handle there for guys that have had the hamate bone. It's a lot easier and much less painful on the hand. It's the handle shaped like an axe would be.
Yeah, it's kind of asymmetrical to fit in your hand a little better, take some of the pressure, as you said, off that hamate area.
Jake said they went to him because the company's in Washington and he's a native of Washington State, and they said, we'd like you to use this bat. He said, are you kidding me? I'm not using that thing. And then he loved it.
Yeah, this is a sample of the handle itself. You can see how it's slanted. There's no big knob other than this particular area right here where your finger fits in perfectly. It's like a little notch for your little finger, and the rest of that bat handle just lays perfectly in the palm of Jake's hand. I got to admit, it feels really comfortable.
Well, so many guys have that hamate bone surgery around baseball that it's become a very popular bat. 2-2.
Yeah, before this axe handle bat model, a lot of guys would take a file or sandpaper and work on the knob of the bat to try to take some of the edge off of it.
Because that knob just digs into the hand there. Full count, 3-2.
And there are a few bat models that don't have that big pronounced knob, but it's still a very symmetrical cone at the bottom of the bat, and it just doesn't seem to quite lay in your hand right. But that axe handle, it's like it fits right into your hand.
Way up in the air, deep right field, but playable for Burgess. 2 outs. Hey fans, bring the whole family to the ballpark for any game this summer at Chase Field, and you can do so by using a D-backs value pack. Now the value pack includes a lower level bleacher ticket, a Subway sandwich, and a Pepsi, and you get all that for only $25, and it's available for every game. dbacks.com/value. Good at bat there by Jake. 2 down now for Yasmani Tomas.
Yeah, Jake didn't miss that by much. That ball was way up in the air and still carried all the way to the track.
This one's way up there as well. Very short right field. Borge is coming in this time, and he's got it. We are through 3. A Wednesday matinee baseball game. The Diamondbacks lead the Phillies 4-2. As we start the 4th inning, Fox Sports Arizona rolls out the red carpet for the VIP treatment coming up in July as D-Backs Live welcomes a new guest analyst during home games starting Friday, Jack Murphy. NAU's basketball coach will be here, followed by Gambo, John Gambadoro. Arizona Sports 98.7 FM Saturday. Matt McConnell, the Coyotes' terrific play-by-play announcer on Sunday. D-Backs Live VIPs. It's brought to you by Nissan all month long. And cue the walk. Go.
Action.
Archie Bradley's retired the last 5 Phillies he's faced. Tommy Joseph leads off the 4th. We try to stage those so they look natural, but sometimes it just doesn't go like we planned. Now you want me to go now? Wait,
wait.
Now?
Nope.
Should I go? Joseph grounded out to end the 1st. Coming at you.
Yep, little short. Boy, Archie's starting to command his off-speed stuff a lot better. First couple innings, he tried to throw first pitch off-speed to several of the Phillies hitters and just couldn't get him into the zone. But that last inning, he threw first pitch strikes with his curveball to 2 of the Phillies hitters and finished all 3 of them off with curveballs.
In the air, left center. Michael Bourne is there. 6 in a row set down by Archie. Cameron Rupp. See how that arm is feeling. He singled to lead off the 2nd his first time up. He's homered in 3 of his last 5 games. Had the day off yesterday. Went 1 for 4 with a walk and an RBI Monday. He's now at safely in 7 straight, Cameron Rupp. They stay away. Missed with a fastball. 1-0. Hard to short, right to Segura. 2 down. Archie had a 1-2-3 third. We'll see if he can set him down in order in the 4th. Freddie Galvis, the shortstop. Flying out to right his first time up. rocky first inning, highlighted by Peter Borges' 2-run homer after Herrera walked to lead off the ball game. But since then, Archie has settled in nicely.
Yeah, I mentioned that Archie was really commanding his curveball well in the last inning. He hasn't even thrown one in this inning. All fastballs so far.
Second time through the Phillies order. .60 pitches for Archie Bradley. Only 36 strikes. Trying to get a little more efficient than that. And Galvis, as we've seen throughout this series, has that front foot almost out of the left-hand batter's box with that unique stance of his, which the foot starts on the extreme right, and then he'll slide it all the way across toward home plate. That heel is out of the box, and the front foot slides over, slaps it foul right in front of Juan Samuel.
Well, that is one rule I know well, because we had to deal with it on almost a daily basis with Gonzo.
Well, their stances look similar, yeah.
You know, in Gonzo, it was the back line of the batter's box, and he had most of his left foot out of the back of the box, but his toe was always making contact with the chalk line. And any part of your foot touches any part of the line, you're considered to be in the box. That little toe tap you were talking about, coming back to square, and then fouls that one off to the third base side.
1-2. It's under Goldie's glove, and it rolls into right field. A 2-out single for Galvis.
And Archie shaking his head out there on the mound. Not much you can do about that. Made a pretty good pitch. Galvis just smothered it into the ground, but hits it hard enough to get it by Goldie down there at first base.
Curveball down right at the bottom of the zone. It's right where you want it. Well, Brad Ziegler knows how that feels.
Yeah.
Brad had some pitches that weren't even strikes that went for hits last night. Cesar Hernandez. That ball that Herrera hit off Ziegler in the 9th inning was on his shoe, and somehow he snuck it through into right field for a single. Cesar Hernandez, a switch hitter, and he's over 270 from the left-hand side. That's where he's got both his home runs this year. Just about a 40-point difference for Hernandez compared to the right side. And he drives that out to left center field. Michael Bourne cuts it off. They're going to wave Galvis all the way in. Here's the relay from Segura, and he is out of there. An aggressive send by Juan Samuel, and Galvis is out to end the 4th. Michael Bourne cuts it off. Gene Segura out there for the relay. He fires a strike in plenty of time. It's still 4-2 Diamondbacks.
The Diamondbacks lead where it counts, 4-2. Boy, what a send by Juan Samuel at third base. Now you can understand the pitcher spot is due up next. Michael Bourne was moving into the gap in left center, but look right there, Gene Segura's got the ball just a couple of steps onto the outfield grass. The runner is just getting to third base. There is no way, other than dropping the ball at home plate, that he was ever going to be safe.
Juan Samuel.
I guess there's a couple different ways to look at it. You got the pitcher up next. The chances of him driving in a run are slim, so you take your shot and hope the Diamondbacks mess up the relay play, or you stop him at third and clear the pitcher spot in that inning. So 6 of one, a half a dozen of the other, but man, he was out by a mile.
Chris Herman leads off the bottom of the fourth against Zach Eflin. I used to talk to Andy Green about that last year, Bob, and Andy would list all the things that he would have to think about in every situation that would determine whether he would send the runner. And oftentimes it was, well, there's a left-hand hitter coming up. They have a lefty in the bullpen warming up. So if I stop him at third, they're going to bring in the lefty. We won't have the good matchup. I mean, it's amazing, that little list. A nice play there by Freddie Galvis. And Herman is out to open up the bottom of the fourth.
And just to put a bow on that, sometimes the most important thing is the runner going hard? Sometimes the guy just assumes you're going to stop him at third base, and then you have no choice but to throw up the stop sign. Man, that's a nice adjustment after he was on the ground.
Almost overslid that one.
To reach way back to make that catch. Nice play.
And avoid Cody Ashe coming in here from left field. Cut right in front of him there.
This two-handed catch, able to hold that ball in the webbing of his glove.
Don't see too many two-handed catches these days.
No, and I was talking to you about the play that Javier Baez made a few days ago,
yeah.
Going up into the stands to make a catch, landing in amongst the fans, and used two hands to make sure the ball stayed in the glove as he went into the stands.
Bronco backhands that one at third. What a big arm he's got. That is a big-time arm down there.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
Two nice defensive plays for the Phillies. Archie Bradley will bat after Zach Eflin gets 2 outs on 4 pitches. Phillies have out-hit the Diamondbacks 5-4, but the D-backs have a 4-2 lead. Jake Lamb a 3-run homer in the first. Gene Segura a sac fly RBI in the second. And Archie Bradley strikes out. That's 8 in a row, set down by Zach Eflin, an 8-pitch inning, and now he will lead off the 5th for the Phillies. Ballpark. Diamondbacks have a 4-2 lead over the Phillies. Time now for greater coverage of baseball. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. Boy, those Giants. I'll tell you what, they are at Oakland. That Bay Area battle continues. Jake Peavy on the mound. 31-12 since the middle of May. Clayton Kershaw is back to LA today. He's got a bad back. That's a big problem for them. And the Tribe will not lose. Tito Francona's Indians have won 11 straight in the AL Central.
6-game lead over the Royals going into play today.
Zach Eflin, the pitcher, leads off the Phillies' 5th against Archie Bradley. And Corey Kluber on the mound, the Tribe did yesterday. They are at Atlanta again tonight.
It's been pointed out to me by our increasingly reliable staff.
Oh, we say that with trepidation, but yeah.
The Indians have not lost.
Eflin gets this in the air, left center field, and nobody's going to get that one. It's going to roll all the way to the corner out there. Michael Bourne picks it up, a leadoff double for the pitcher.
Just to finish that, the Indians have not lost a game since the Cavaliers won the NBA championship.
Yeah?
How about that?
Well, they deserve it. It's been, what, 1,000 years since they won anything?
Pretty good hitting right there by the pitchers. Zach Eflin went down and got a pitcher, was out of the strike zone, down and in, and somehow barreled it up to that gap in left center field. Little confusion right there. Got to talk, guys. Fortunately, the pitcher running, he was content to stop at second base.
His first major league hit is a double to lead off the 5th, the pitcher Zach Eflin. Squirted between Brandon Drury and Michael Bourne. Here's Odubel Herrera, who has walked and flied out 0 for 1. Archie at 70 pitches, 44 strikes. A big swing and a miss by Herrera.
Well, in the words of Jim Morrison in the Doors, Archie Bradley's looking to break on through to the other side. He's been really good in the first 4 innings of games all season. By the 5th and 6th inning have jumped up and bitten him a few times. Opponents hitting .302 in the 5th and 6th inning. They only hit .200 against him in the first 4 innings.
And Herrera starts off the 3rd time through the order for Archie Bradley. And he jumps ahead 0-2.
And for Archie, the ERA in the first 4 innings of ball games he started this year, .281. After that, .853.
Nice location there.
Nice little tail on that fastball, brought it back to the corner.
Chris Herman wanted it elevated. You see Herman back there nodding in agreement. Yep, that was just what I called for. Wanted that fastball up.
What's Herrera on his follow through? Oh, this is after the play. Yeah, he's upset with himself. Wake up.
Rolls it over the mound. Segura comes in from shortstop. Eflin moves to 3rd, and they retire Odubel Herrera. That'll bring up Borges, who hit a 2-run homer in the 1st, his 3rd of the year. So Peter's now put together a 9-game hitting streak, and during that streak he's got 16 hits. Singled and walked last night, had 3 hits on Monday. Eflin has to freeze at 3rd. Segura throws him out. Can't get the runner home from 3rd base. 2 down.
Eflin had thoughts about going and then decides he's just going to hold his ground there. That's what you run into occasionally with a pitcher running the bases. A lot of times they don't get on base very often. Not quite sure the nuances of when to go and when to stay.
It was hit pretty hard to Segura.
A little indecision on Eflin's part that time, and he did the right thing. If you have any indecision, stay where you're at.
Got your 3-hole hitter coming up. Cody Ashe 0 for 2. Right inside, nope. Tried to go away, missed again. Behind 2 balls, no strikes. The only walk so far for Archie Bradley was Herrera to lead off the ball game, and he scored on Borges' home run. The pitcher Eflin at third, 2 down, 3-0 to Cody Ashe. In there for a strike, 3-1.
Ashe taking all the way, center cut fastball that time from Archie Bradley. Be careful here.
That's a fair ball, and that's trouble all the way down into the right field corner. Eflin scores. Ashe will stop at second with an RBI double. Just able to keep that fair.
Kind of smothers that ball, but puts it in a good spot right down that first baseline. That'll easily drive home the pitcher from third base, and Ashe ends up in scoring position himself. I said be careful here, because on a 3-1 count, those guys in the middle of the order are going to take some aggressive swings. Ashe lined out to shorten his at bat back in the third inning, and that time found fair ground down the right field line.
2 doubles in the inning for Philadelphia. They get their 3rd run. Maikel Franco 0 for 2.
Hey fans, the second bobblehead of this year's collection will be given away this Saturday. Come get your Paul Goldschmidt bobblehead courtesy of Gila River Casinos before the D-backs Giants 7-10 matchup. For tickets, visit dbacks.com.
It's a 7-10 start Saturday. Patrick Corbin versus Jeff Samardzija, D-backs and Giants. Johnny Cueto goes here Friday. And Franco's fallen all over himself. He had a wild swing on the first pitch and almost fell over following that pitch off. Watch Maikel Franco here.
Front foot slid out a little bit. He lost his balance in the swing. This came stumbling across the plate.
0-2. Did he go? Yes, he did, Bob Davidson. Archie Bradley strands Cody Ashe at second base, but Ashe's double makes it a 4-3 D-backs lead. Lead over the Phillies. The lovely Vanessa is here, and fans, you've got to add the D-back sombrero to your collection. There it is. our lovely spokesmodel, the first of its kind. It goes out to the first 20,000 fans coming up on Saturday, July 16th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com. That looks great.
I like it.
You have to talk into the microphone.
Sorry, right. That's what it's there for.
We went to all the trouble to get you a mic. Use it.
I know. Okay, no, I do like it. And, you know, they have the concert afterwards.
Oh, Luis Coronel.
With Luis Coronel.
Who's a big D-backs fan.
Yes, and he's from Arizona.
Yeah, well, he was up in the booth last year. He was a great kid. I really liked him.
Yeah, so a lot of people are going to be wearing their sombreros afterwards for the concert.
Nice.
Nice atmosphere.
20,000. Make sure you come get one. Get your tickets now.
Nice. dbacks.com. The lovely Vanessa. Important when you're a spokesmodel to speak into the microphone. She's awesome. Michael Bourne sneaks that under the glove of Hernandez. A leadoff single, and he's hustling into second with a hustle double. Michael Bourne, 2 at-bats, 2 doubles.
Don't take anything for granted. If speed is one of your best assets, use it every opportunity you get. Look at Michael Bourne busted out of the batter's box, takes the turn at first, and determines I can make it to second. If he doesn't hustle out of the batter's box, he has no chance.
Leadoff man in scoring position for the leadoff man, Gene Segura. He has grounded out, driven in a run with a sac fly. Squares to bunt. Foul ball. As June comes to an end, we will look back on it as one of the best months of Gene Segura's big league career. He's hitting .330 in June. 15 walks this month, which is 2 more than he had all of last year in Milwaukee. And his on-base percentage in June is .427.
Wow.
You talk about a guy who was, in some ways, as a leadoff man, kind of hit or miss. A lot of strikeouts, not too many walks. But this month he's walked 15 times, only struck out 17 times.
And earlier in the season, when he wasn't walking, he was getting 2 or 3 hits every night anyway.
So he should be an all-star. Get on those Esurance ballots, fans. Vote for Gene Segura. He should be representing the National League at Petco Park in San Diego. 2016 Esurance MLB All-Star again. Game ballot, dbacks.com/vote. Try to get Goldie there too. Hard with the right to Galvis at shortstop. And they retire Segura. Well, don't forget, hopefully Gene Segura, Goldie will be there, along with David Ortiz, Bryce Harper, Mike Trout, all the baseball superstars. The prime-time event that will light up the summer. It's the MLB All-Star Game from San Diego, July 12th, and it's only on Fox. Goldie on deck as Phil Gosselin steps in. Phil doubled and scored in the first inning. He's 1 for 2. Getting a start at second base. Eflin misses inside. It's 1-0. Dale Scott won't bite.
Might have just dropped off that inside corner. Eflin gets a lot of late movement on that 2-seam fastball. And once again, Cameron Rupp doesn't do his pitcher any favors the way he received that pitch.
70 pitches for Zach Eflin, 44 strikes. Missed upstairs. It's 3-0. Eflin has 3 strikeouts. He's yet to walk a batter. A lot to like about this young man who just turned 22 back in April. Former first-round pick by the Padres in the draft 4 years ago. That's in there for a strike. Drafted 33rd overall out of high school in Florida. The Padres, before the start of that season, traded him to the Dodgers in the Matt Kemp deal, and then the next day he was sent to the Phillies as the Dodgers picked up Jimmy Rollins. Eflin had a no decision in his previous start. That was Friday at San Francisco. Just one unearned run in 6 innings. Full count, 3-2. He was knocked around pretty badly at Toronto at the Rogers Center in his major league debut. That was earlier this month. But has pitched well in 2 starts since. A loss against the Diamondbacks last Sunday in Philly. And then pitched well Friday at AT&T Park. Bouncer over the mound. Bourne will get third here. Galvis charges. And they just do get Gosselin.
That's one of those ground balls where everybody on the bench is yelling, stay down, stay down. You want Galvis to have to bend over as far as possible to get that ball and then straighten back up to make the throw. But that time he's able to scoop it about thigh high, actually a little bit below the knee level there, but no trouble making that play at first base just in time.
He was a bit of a defensive fiasco last year, but this year Freddie Galvis has cut way down on the errors, and he's among the National League leaders in fielding percentage among shortstops. Really done a nice job, worked a lot with Larry Boa. Strike 1 to Goldie, so far has reached on an error and popped up. Michael Bourne at third, 2 down. Broken bat, a little flare. Galvis drifting out. He calls off Ashe, and he's got it. So Freddie Galvis busy in that inning as Eflin strands the leadoff double through 5. It's a 4-3 D-backs lead. Chase Field. D-backs leading the Phillies 4-3 in the 6th inning. The high-speed highlights brought to you by Cox. The long ball's been a story this one. Peter Borges a 2-run homer in the first. 2 batters in, it was 2-0 Phillies. But Jake Lamb of the home half answers with a long 3-run shot.
Yeah, Jake hit his out there where the big guys go, way above the batter's eye and straight away center field. A lot of action in that first inning of the ball game. Pitchers have both settled in after that. Hummingbird don't fly away. Look at that. Best seat in the house.
Roof was open earlier today, just for a little while during or before batting practice. Tommy Joseph leads off the 6th. Chopped this one to Jake Lamb at third. 1 pitch, 1 out for Archie Bradley.
Tommy Joseph has just had trouble barreling anything up against Archie Bradley. And out in front of off-speed pitches, behind fastballs. A little tapper down to third base that time for an easy first out of the inning.
Cameron Rupp, the catcher, singled and grounded out.
But for Archie Bradley today, and this goes for any pitcher any day, but he needs to pitch ahead in the count. 5 of the 7 hits that Archie's given up today are been after ball 1. One time the count went to 2-1, 2-0, 3-1, but 5 times out of 7 when he falls behind in the count, that's when the hits have come. When he jumps ahead in the count, there's only been 2 base hits. Zach Eflin, the pitcher, and Freddie Galvis on a 1-2 got a base hit. And that truly does go for anybody. Any pitcher on the mound, whether you're a power pitcher, a junk baller, right-hander, left-hander, submarine, overhand, you throw strike 1, everything tips in your favor. You throw ball 1, it tips in the hitter's favor.
Archie ahead 1-2 on the Phillies catcher. Bob Davidson down there at first. 2-2. Drive this one out to Tomas. Yasmani has got it belt tie. 2 outs.
Shortstop, Freddie Galvis.
We're up a big, strong guy. He can miss-hit a ball and still line it out 300 feet away from home plate. Tomas able to come in and make that catch.
Yeah, he's got that Evan Gattis quality to him.
Yeah, it's a good comp right there.
Freddie Galvis singled his last time out, was thrown out trying to score, coming home on a terrific relay throw by Gene Segura to end the 4th inning after Carlos Hernandez had doubled.
Archie only needed 6 pitches to get the first 2 outs of this inning. We've talked at length about the Diamondbacks would really like to get Archie deep into this ball game today, the way that bullpen has been used recently, especially last night.
Andrew Chafin has just started throwing in the Diamondback bullpen. There's a look inside the Sanderson Ford bullpen. The left-hander Andrew Chafin. Andrew worked in the ball game last night through 11 pitches. 2-2 on Freddie Galvis. There's that curveball.
The ball starts right in the middle of the plate, about belt high, ends up down around the ankles off the inside corner.
Right back up the box. Well, that's the 3rd consecutive inning that Archie's allowed a 2-out hit.
Really good curveball on the pitch before. You saw Galva swing right over the top of it. Archie tried to come back with the same pitch there, but left it up and over the plate. And fortunately was able to get out of the way of that one as it sizzled back over the mound.
Cesar Hernandez now. Had a good night, a single and a double. Had a very good series. He singled last night. He had 3 hits Monday. 6 for 10. First pitch strike for Archie. Pitcher spot is due up next. Zach Eflin is in there in the on-deck circle. Can't check his swing, and it's 0-2. Here's Zach Eflin, big tall guy, 6'6". Archie approaching 100 pitches. Got him. 4 strikeouts for Archie Bradley, who strands the 2-out single. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning on this Wednesday matinee game. Diamondbacks lead the Phillies 4-3. Bradley, who's got a 4-3 lead as we start the bottom of the 6th inning, keeping an eye down on the farm. Diamondback left-hander Anthony Bonda just named to the MLB All-Star Futures team at All-Star Weekend. That's coming up at Petco Park in July. And he's had a very good year in the minors, in fact, pitching for Robbie Hammock and the Mobile Bay Bears. Bonda was just moved up to AAA. And he's now pitching in Reno. So what a young man for the front office to keep its eye on. Anthony Bonda, big left-hander, very promising young guy.
A real good experience for those guys to play in all-star games at the minor league level against the best competition that the league has to offer. Real good experience.
Jake Lamb, who had a 3-run home run in the 1st inning, looks at strike 1 to lead off the 6th. Zach Eflin, in terms of his pitch count, is doing very well here. He's not yet at 80 pitches as we open up this inning. This was Jake Lamb in the 1st. Boom.
For Jake Lamb, that's his 40th extra base hit this season, which ties him for 4th place in the National League. Matt Carpenter leads the National League with 43, so it's not like he's way down there in 4th place. He's knocking on the door.
Jake Lamb now has 9 home runs this month. That's the 2nd most in D-backs history in the month of June, behind Gonzo, who homered 12 times in June back in 01. You probably remember a few of those. One and 2.
There's that axe-handle bat.
Right back to the mound. Eflin has it. 1 down.
The way he's been chopping up National League pitchers, it's not surprising he's using an axe-handle bat.
Do you mind if I ask you a question? Yasmani Tomas 0 for 2.
That list of extra base hits in the National League, Matt Carpenter, as I mentioned, with 43 pacing the way. Nolan Arenado with 42 close behind. And then Trevor Story, Jay Bruce, and Adam Duvall all tied at 41. And then Jake Lamb and Chris Bryant tied at 40.
Yasmani rolls that up the middle. A 1-out single.
Mile-an-hour fastball out over the plate. Yasmani just sends it right back where it came from.
Chris Herman 0 for 2.
Chris Herman, Bob, when we were in Toronto, was talking with Josh Donaldson, the AL MVP of the Blue Jays, and he noticed that Donaldson had cleats that were essentially sneakers. They were basketball shoes. And he thought, wow, those look comfortable. What do you do? And Donaldson said, well, I went to the store and I bought basketball sneakers and I had them made into cleats. And there's a company that does that. So you've got the baseball cleat on the bottom and what is essentially a sneaker that you'd buy in the store on the top. And Chris says a lot of support. They just feel really good on your feet.
You saw a plate on the forefoot and a plate on the heel where the spikes attach.
Just a matter of comfort for Chris Herman, and battling that tight right hamstring lately.
I started to mention earlier when we got off the team bus the other night and Chris was walking to the clubhouse. He had a little hitch in his giddy up. He said it was just cramps caused from the altitude in Denver and hot afternoon, sweat a lot, lost a lot of fluids, and had some cramping in his hamstring, but it was still bothering him when we got back to town.
There's that Coors Field hangover effect. He did not go. That's Pat Hoberg down there, and it's 2-2. Chris has started 29 games this year. He's got 6 homers and 26 RBIs in those starts, and when he's in the starting lineup this season, he's hitting almost 320. Reaches out and lifts that in the air out to Cody Ashe. 2 down.
Hey fans, we invite you to participate in Gila River game nights by signing up at one of the interactive kiosks located right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
Left fielder,
Brandon Drury, the start in left field this afternoon. He has singled, scored a run, and grounded out. Well, there was a time where Brandon Drury was the best hitter in this lineup through the end of April, early May, but it's been a struggle to get consistent playing time and at bats. Brandon, over his previous 25 games, almost all of them starts hitting 198. And now he's trying to get it going again, and he's starting here and there. He was at Reno for a while. Tyler Clippard has started warming up in the bullpen. Tyler worked last night through 23 pitches. Well, Brandon's starting to come around again. Couple of hits Sunday at Colorado, 1 for 2 today. That's in there first strike.
Couple of tailing fastballs to get back in the sequence there. That one started off the outside corner and just comes back in. Eflin's spot is due to lead off in the top half of the 7th for Pete Mackanin and the Phillies. Interesting decision for the Phillies skipper.
There is some action in the Philadelphia bullpen. Severino Gonzalez, the right-hander. Bob McClure, the pitching coach, on the left.
Eflin's only given up 2 hits since the 2nd inning. But his team trails by a run. You got to score to win in this game. That's why it becomes such a tough decision. Eflin is pitching pretty well.
Roller to third, Michael Franco. We are through 6. Diamondbacks have a 4-3 lead.
Of the 7th inning, another interesting this day in baseball history. Back in 1990, Dave Stewart pitching in Toronto, a day game, throws a no-hitter against the Blue Jays, and then later that night at Dodger Stadium, Fernando Valenzuela with a no-hitter. The first time that two pitchers had thrown a no-no on the same day since 1917. Two of the greatest competitors on the mound ever.
Dave Stewart doing some scouting in the Dominican Republic right now. New pitcher for the Diamondbacks as we start the 7th. Their Arizona Federal Credit Union pitching change. Tyler Clippard, a 3.07 ERA, 32 appearances. The last 7 have been scoreless. He worked last night against the Phillies, a scoreless inning with 3 strikeouts. Pitcher spot due to lead off for Philadelphia here in the 7th inning. And Jimmy Paredes will hit for the pitcher, Zach Eflin. Paredes had a base hit and his only at bat at the ball game Monday. Then last night, his double off Brad Ziegler started that Phillies rally in the 9th.
Well, recently, Tyler Clippard has done a great job at driving his fastball down to the bottom of the zone, and he got some really awkward-looking swings on that split-finger changeup last night.
Well, Paredes has been a problem for the Diamondbacks. A leadoff single. He doubled a lead off the 9th against Brad Ziegler last night.
It's off the plate away, but Paredes shows his plate coverage, reaches out. It's a topspin grounder through that right side to lead off the inning.
Odubel Herrera walked and scored to lead off the ball game. He's 0 for 2. There's Zach Eflin. His night is over. 3 earned runs on 6 hits and 6. Did not walk a batter. Tyler in his appearance last night threw 23 pitches. Herrera trying to bunt that one. Fouls it back. He does not have boring at bats. It might not end well, but it's always entertaining. Between him and Franco, you never know what you're going to see up there.
Well, that's a good time to attempt a pickoff down there at first base. You got a left-handed batter that takes up so much of that left-handed batter's box. It's tough for the base runner at first base to see the catcher behind the plate. That time Chris Herman kind of snuck behind Herrera. Had a thought about throwing down to first base, but decided to hang on.
Odubel Herrera 6 for 12 in the series. 1 ball and 1 strike. Phillies bullpen is busy. Severino Gonzalez is on the left, and Edubre Ramos is on the right. He's the guy that looks so impressive here on Monday. Is rolled to second. Gosselin will have to settle for 1 as Paredes moves up. That'll bring up Peter Borges, who homered in the first inning off Archie Bradley, his 3rd of the year. So Peter's now hit safely in 9 straight. This was after Herrera walk led off the ball game. Borges 2 batters in. It was 2-0.
Didn't give Archie much time to get comfortable out there on that game mound with the leadoff walk and then a 2-run homer, but man, did he settle in nicely after that.
Walked 1, struck out 4. Archie left with a 4-3 lead. As Borges way out in front that time. chopper. Paredes moves into third. 2 outs. A leadoff single, couple of ground balls get him to third for Cody Ashe. Ashe has grounded out, lined out, and doubled down the right field line his last time up, an RBI. Paredes the tying run at third, 2 outs.
Chris Herman ready to overreact if necessary behind the plate to make sure that ball doesn't get by him with that runner down there at third base and 2 outs in the inning. He went into a blocking position that time, and I don't even know if the ball went into the dirt. Better safe than sorry.
It's over the head of Too Tall Tolar, who was not too tall on that one. Jim Tolar working on right field line.
It's a changeup fading down and away from Ashe. He gets it off the end of the bat, but harmless foul ball down the right field line.
One and two. A long year. This is only the halfway point, game number 81 today. No, he did not go, says Pat Hoberg, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Very close.
She has worked to count full.
The pitcher looked like it might have caught that inside corner. Very close.
Good spot for it. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Tying run at third. Base hit. Paredes scores, and it's 4-4. Second RBI today for Cody Ashe.
Yes, by a diving Paul Goldschmidt down there at first base. Yeah, Cody Ashe has had some good at-bats in this game. He's taken some nice swings. That time it's an RBI for his troubles.
That's the 10th hit today for the Phillies. They have out-hit the Diamondbacks 10-6. It's the 7th consecutive game in which the Diamondbacks have given up at least 10 hits. First time that's happened in nearly 3 years. Maikel Franco 0 for 3. That's going to reach the seats and out of play. 1-1.
It's been quite a turnaround for the Diamondbacks bullpen. You see the previous 6 games, only 15 appearances, only a total of 14 2/3 innings, gave up 1 run. Over the last 6 games, there have been 25 appearances totaling 23 1/3, and they've given up 25 runs.
In the air, right field. Yasmani Tomas coming in front of Phil Goslin. He runs it down, but Cody Ashe's second RBI hit tonight ties the game at 4 as we head to the home half of the 7th. Matinee Wednesday at Chase Field. D-backs and Phillies 4-4. D-backs fans, a reminder, when you can't watch the games on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Just download the app and take Fox Sports Arizona and D-backs baseball with you wherever you go. The pitcher for the Phillies, the right-hander Severino Gonzalez. His first major league relief appearance came in Monday's series opener. Pitcher spot will lead it off for the D-backs, and Nick Ahmed will hit for Tyler Clippard. Get down, ball. There you go. Another hit for Nick. That's his 4th hit in the series. He's now hit safely in 5 straight and 6 of his last 7.
Center fielder, Michael Bourne.
Michael Bourne, 2 at-bats, 2 doubles today.
You mentioned Gonzalez pitched in the first game of this series out of the bullpen through the 9th inning in that 8-0 Phillies win. Gave up a leadoff hit to Phil Goslin, then struck out Ricky Weeks Jr., Wellington Castillo, and Yasmani Tomas to end the game.
Was called up from AAA Lehigh Valley, pitching for the Iron Pigs in the middle of this month. Started the year in AA with the Reading Phillies. Michael shows bunt. That brings both Joseph in from first and Franco in from third. But he's ahead 2-0. Daniel Hudson warming up with the Diamondback bullpen. As Ahmed began this inning hitting for Clippard. Already pitched an inning in the ball game last night through 20 pitches. Bullpen's really going to look forward to that day off tomorrow.
Yeah, it's funny, early in the season on an off day, sometimes the bullpen catcher has to come to the ballpark because some guys in the bullpen need a little work. They don't need an off day. They need to throw a little bit. I don't think that'll be the case tomorrow.
Roberto Quintero, new bullpen catcher back there with Mark Reed. 2-1 to Bourne. Well, Michael drew a couple of bases on balls in Monday's series opener. He's ahead here 3-1. And it drops in. Ahmed going to put the brakes on at second. Got to hustle back in there. Good job by Herrera to make that a close play, but a pair of singles leads off the D-backs 7th.
Wasn't hit hard, but placed very well just over the head of Freddie Galvis at shortstop. And Nick being aggressive. If there's any mishandling of that ball whatsoever, he doesn't have to make a late decision whether to go to third or not. He was ready to go to third. The decision was to slam on the brakes and get back to the bag at second.
So 2 on, nobody out in a tie ball game. And the top of the order coming up for the Diamondbacks, it's Gene Segura. He has grounded out twice and driven in a run with a sac fly RBI. Pete McCannon to the mound. Had Ramos working down there. And he's going to go get Severino Gonzalez, who could not retire a batter today. Tie ball game in the 7th. D-backs have a threat going back after this. Four ball game, bottom 7 at Chase Field. Our Chaz Roberts air conditioning and plumbing cool plays of the game. Couple of defensive gems at shortstop, BB, from Gene Segura.
Yeah, real nice adjustment on that when he was ready to make his leap. Realized the ball wasn't hit that hard, took a couple of extra steps, and then makes that leaping catch, and then a tremendous relay from Michael Bourne on to Chris Herman. The gun out a Philly runner at home plate by a mile.
Started shortstop today for Gene, and he's up there now after singles by Ahmed and Bourne to lead off the 7th. And the new pitcher for the Phillies, Adubre Ramos, who was so impressive here Monday. This rookie right-hander worked 2 innings in the opener Monday through 24 pitches, had a walk and 3 strikeouts, high 90s velocity, and a wicked curveball. Ahmed the runner at second, Bourne at first, nobody out.
Couple of good takes, running the count to 2-0 here. See if Chip Hale takes the bunt sign off and turns Gene Segura loose on what figures to be a cookie strike right here. 2-0.
Missed upstairs. 3 balls and no strikes.
No sign of a bunt right there. Probably be taken here 3-0 and see what happens if we get to a 3-1 pitch. Automatic 3-0 strike. That's not just Dale Scott. Just about every umpire in baseball will call anything that makes it to the plate in the air a strike on a 3-0 count.
He's had a lot of pitches that were lower than that in the zone called balls tonight. 3-1. Center field. Herrera coming in. And everybody has to hold up. Playing very shallow out there. Odubel Herrera.
Hasn't really hurt the Phillies in this series, but Herrera in center and Borges in right both play extremely shallow most of the time, trusting that they've got the speed to get back on a ball hit over their head.
Phil Gosselin now 1 for 3. Phil doubled and scored in the first. Came in on Jake Lamb's 3-run homer. Phil's ahead 2-0. Goldie on deck. Got to find a way to get at least one across. Jake Lamb's 3-run homer in the first, the big hit so far. Diamondbacks added another run in the second on a Gene Segura sac fly. The 2-0 to Gosselin. Out of play.
Diamondbacks once again today only 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. However, they've only struck out 1 time. Making contact, putting the ball in play, taking their chances.
Camp day today. Gosselin shoots that out to right. That's a fair ball. Here comes Ahmed, and he will score. And Bourne's in at third. Phil Gosselin makes it 5-4 Diamondbacks.
Foul line to foul line approach really serves Phil Gosselin well. That pitch was actually on the inside part of the plate, but that lead with the knob approach produces that line drive down the right field line, give the D-backs a 1-run lead, and tacos. Yeah, with the sombrero.
Bob McClure to the mound. What did you just say? The what approach? Lead with the what?
Lead with the knob. You know, guys that hit a lot of balls to the opposite field, or they call it an inside out swing, you make sure your hands clear the zone first and the barrel of the bat drags a little behind.
Let's take a look at Phil Gosselin.
This pitch was on the inner third of the plate to Phil Gosselin. Watch his hands come through and the barrel will drag a little bit behind right there. And that's the approach of a guy that hits the ball all over the field. If you make a mistake with an off-speed pitch, the barrel would come on around and he'd end up pulling that pitch. But since it was a fastball, he shoots that line drive down the right field line.
Same thing he did on his double back in the first inning.
I mean, every hitter somewhat leads with the knob of the bat, but guys that are looking to pull, at some point the top hand really takes over and they drive that bat through the hitting zone. Guys that are trying to hit to the opposite field lead more with their bottom hand and let that barrel drag behind.
A chance for Goldie. Bourne at third, Gosselin at first, a run in.
This is the last game the Diamondbacks will play in the month of June. It's been a big month for Goldie. Hitting just under 360 in June, 18 RBIs in 25 games. An RBI spot right here, and he drives it toward the pole. That's going to get to the wall. Bourne will score. Matt Williams waving Phil Gosselin home, and he will score.
Identified this as Goldie's signature hit, that line drive out toward the pool area in right center field. We haven't seen one of these for a while. He's been spraying hits all over the field, but first one of these we've seen in a long time. Drives home 2 teammates.
Turned into a 3-run Diamondbacks 7th. And that's going to be it for Ramos. Here comes Pete Mackanin. Phil Gosselin an RBI single. Paul Goldschmidt a 2-run double. It's 7-4 Diamondbacks. Each team with 10 hits. Back after this. The lead here, and the new pitcher for the Phillies. He started the opener of the 4-game series at Citizens Bank Park earlier this month. It's the lefty Adam Morgan on to face Jake Lamb with 2 on and 3 runs in. A double switch for Pete Mackanin, as Andres Blanco will take over at third base. He'll bat 9th, pitcher spot now 4th for Philadelphia.
Now, that was really an odd outing for Adam Morgan. That first game of the road trip, he went 4 1/3, gave up 10 hits and 7 runs, 5 earned, but struck out 8 Diamondbacks batters and didn't walk a man.
Jake Lamb, up until this inning, had the game's biggest hit, a 3-run homer in the first, his 17th of the year. High over the yellow line in straightaway center. D-backs with 4 hits in this inning. Morgan is the 3rd Phillies pitcher in the 7th. Ahmed a pinch hit single. Bourne followed with a base hit. Gosselin singled home Ahmed. Goldie with a 2-run double. Right back to Morgan.
A comebacker to Morgan right down the runway between home and the pitcher's mound. Checks the runner at second. Throws on to first to get the out. Jake Lamb had a couple of singles against Adam Morgan in that road trip opener in Philadelphia, but grounds right back to him this time.
Well, Morgan in that ball game gave up 3 home runs. 2 of them were off the bat of Yasmani Tomas. Tomas singled his last time up. Goldie at second and 2 outs, and they're not going to mess around with Yasmani. You've got a left-hander on deck in Chris Herman, so they'll give Tomas the free pass. Morgan almost threw that one to the backstop.
D-backs got 3 in the first, now 3 more in the 7th. They lead at 7-4, and Chris Herman looks for more.
It's a second intentional walk this season to Yasmani Tomas. Of course, Paul Goldschmidt leads the team with 8. Would be kind of surprised to know who's second in intentional walks on the team.
Catcher,
Chris Owings. Well, he found himself hitting in an 8th spot a lot early in the season, and with the pitcher on deck, if there happened to be a base open, Chris has drawn 3 intentional walks this year.
Chris Herman 0 for 3. A 5-game hit streak on the line for Chris. Goldie at second, Tomas at first, 2 outs. Carves that one the other way, headed for the corner. That's a foul ball off the wall. Odiashi out there. The wall usually wins those.
Yeah, Wall's undefeated other than Rodney McRae, as you mentioned. Ball tailing away from him the entire time. He knows he's getting close to that wall over there on the corner, and man, misses the pad, and looked like he hit that pipe at the bottom of the fence out there.
He's still kneeling over out there in left field, trying to walk it off. Adam Morgan's trying to give him some time by walking around the mound. Chris Herman, the 8th Diamondback to hit in the 7th inning. 3 runs in. 0-2. Daniel Hudson's been warming up down there for a long time. We saw Huddy in the ball game last night through 20 pitches. Worked the 8th inning. Not bad. 2 outs, runners in scoring position. 15 at bats, 10 RBIs, and 5 walks. But down 0-2. Called strike 3. Dale Scott rings him up, but the Diamondbacks score 3. They take a 7-4 lead. Lamb is 17th home run. Diamondbacks were down 2-0. They took a 3-2 lead on Lamb's 3-run homer. Back and forth we go. A big D-back 7th.
Good to see everybody in the offense contributing here today. Even guys off the bench like Nick Ahmed. He came in, got a pinch hit, base hit, set it up. Paul Goldschmidt with a gapper to the pool in right center.
Gila River game summary: 10 hits apiece. Diamondbacks with 3 in the first and 3 in the seventh. Goldie's knocked in 2. 3 RBIs for Jake Lamb. And the new pitcher for the Diamondbacks in the 8th inning, it's Daniel Hudson. 33 appearances, a 3.26 ERA. He worked last night. A scoreless 8th inning with a 3-2 lead. Now he's out there with a 7-4 lead. And Nick Ahmed will stay in the game and take over at shortstop. Gene Segura moves over to second base, replacing Phil Gosselin.
Leading off for Philadelphia, first baseman Tommy Joseph.
Tommy Joseph leads it off for the Phils. He's 0 for 3.
And we want to wish the University of Arizona Wildcats good luck tonight against Coastal Carolina in what amounts to a Game 7 in the College World Series. Of course, they only play a 3-game series, but it's going to feel like a Game 7.
Winner go home. 1 game for the national championship. And also best of luck to Chris Owings' brother Connor, who plays the outfield for Coastal Carolina. Of course, Chip Hale played on that '86 U of A championship team. There's CO representing the Chanticleers. You know, he'll be watching that game tonight. That's blasted right at Michael Bourne in center, backing up, and he's got it.
Michael Bourne always gets such a good read off the bat. Just held his ground immediately, knew it was hit at him and close to him, and then retreats 3 or 4 steps, makes a nice backpedaling catch.
Cameron Rupp, the catcher, singled in the 2nd inning. He's 1 for 3.
Michael Bourne's had himself another nice day today. 3 hits from the 9-hole. And that hustle double on a ball it just hit out into center field, just kept running, turned it into a double. Was part of that 8-6-2 relay play to gun down Freddie Galvis at home plate.
One and two.
Good slider from Daniel Hudson. 4 of the 7 pitches he's thrown have been sliders. Just have a good feel for it today. You see that spin almost like a football, like a spiral. That's a true slider. Breaks down and away from the right-handed hitter.
Drops that into right center. Hey, fans, celebrate Baxter's birthday with all his mascot buddies. That's on Sunday, July 17th. D-backs and the Dodgers, presented by PetSmart. First 5,000 kids to that game get to take home the D-backs back to school backpack. That's courtesy of Smile Generation. Get your tickets at dbacks.com. Already doing back to school stuff.
Oh, man.
I know how you hate that.
Yeah, that's a great backpack, but it just means school's right around the corner, and that's never a good thing.
I think parents may disagree.
Well, the kids don't.
By the way, that'll be a big day for our own Ralph Kelso. As we know, Ralph is the president of the
Baxter fan club.
That's true.
Ralph taking a year off from his weather duties because he's so tied up running Baxter's fan club. A lot of responsibility there. But confidence is high for Ralph. Our crew gets a lot of attention. It may be, call me crazy. Well, you know, why stop now? But I could have sworn that I saw Dennis Lamb signing autographs down the left field line before the game, the star of the Dennis Lamb show.
I saw that.
There was a bit of a clamor, much like you in Toronto, the guy with the sign. This was Dennis Lamb signing autographs. It says audio guru Dennis Lamb. That's like a fancy John Hancock deal. Fist bump. Wow.
That's big league.
That is big league. It's a nice signature. Base hit for Galvis. A couple of one-out singles for the Phillies will bring the tying run to the plate.
Second baseman, Cesar Hernandez.
Seeing eye grounder.
It's 3 hits today for Galvis. Cesar Hernandez has 2 hits, a single and a double, and he's coming up. So some work to do for Daniel Hudson. 2 on, 1 out. Hernandez had a very good series, 6 for 11. Chip Hale on the phone with Garvin Alston. The bullpen will get busy again. Oh, 0-1 fastball at 95. Andrew Chafin had been warming up earlier. The only left-hander back there for Chip Hale.
He shouldn't be too far away from getting ready. I would assume he's getting ready for that possible pinch hit appearance. Ryan Howard on the bench over there, the guy you worry about possibly hitting a long ball. You want to neutralize that, and if you've only got one lefty in the bullpen, that's your job.
Well, you've got the switch hitting Blanco on deck, and then after that, the left-hand hitter Odubel Herrera in the leadoff spot. The 0-1 to Hernandez. Cameron Rupp, the runner at second. Freddie Galvis at first. A little squib shot to short. Lamb in front of Ahmed. And Hernandez beats it out. The bases are full. A little tweener is an infield single, and that's the 3rd hit today for Cesar Hernandez.
Smell an infield hit all the way. Jake Lamb had to go a long way to his left to get to that ball. Took 3 or 4 steps to unload the throw to first. And with Hernandez's speed out of that left-handed batter's box, he'll be credited with an infield single.
Mike Butcher to the mound. Diamondbacks infield will all meet out there as Andres Blanco steps up. Blanco double switched into the ball game, took over at third for Maikel Franco. So he's batting 9th, pitcher spot 4th for the Phillies.
Well, we have a moment here. I'd like to say a big hello from the D-backs to Amanda Yantos. I'm sorry if I've mispronounced that. Got a website called dogmomdays.com. All about animal rescue and things to do with your dog. Life with a dog. She's a big Diamondbacks fan. Rarely misses a game.
We have our dog days on Sundays here. Sunday home games. Bases full of Phillies. Rupp at third. Galvis second. Hernandez at first. They are the tying runs. 1 out for Andres Blanco. A single and an RBI last night for Blanco. There's ball 1. 270 and 3 homers.
All 3 home runs coming from the left-hand side of the plate for the switch hitter. Already behind 2-0. .95 is in there for strike 1. Andrew Chafin still warming up quickly down in that bullpen. The left hand hitting Odubel Herrera on deck. Jake Barrett will join him as well, the right-hander. Shot, and that's going to get down. Rupp scores, Galvis right behind him. And it's a 7-6 D-backs lead. 2-run single for Andres Blanco.
That's just buzzard luck for Daniel Hudson. Made a real good pitch. 95-mile-an-hour fastball right in on the hands of Andres Blanco. Broke his bat and just blooped it out there in shallow right field for a couple of RBI.
4 consecutive one-out singles for the Phillies. And here's Chip Hale to go get Daniel Hudson. It's a 1-run game in the 8th inning. Back after this. Nights at Chase Field. It's a tired Diamondback bullpen, and 3 times now Chip Hale's had to go to a pitcher who worked in the ball game last night. This time it's Andrew Chafin, the left-hander, his 30th appearance, a 7.29 ERA. And Andrew worked 3 of the 4 games at Coors Field, then worked an inning last night. And he inherits a bit of a mess. It's a 7-6 D-backs lead. Still only 1 out, and the Phillies have runners in the corners for the leadoff man, Odubel Herrera. Cesar Hernandez, the tying run at third. Andres Blanco, go-ahead run at first. And 1 down for Herrera, who was 0 for 3. He walked in the first inning.
Andrew Chafin looking to reverse a trend. The Diamondbacks have given up 53 inherited runners, allowed them to score. That's the most in the major leagues.
Phillies have out hit the D-backs 14-10. Phillies had 16 hits Monday, 11 hits last night, 14 again today. Well, Herrera just carves those the other way time after time. Most of the time they're foul balls, but it's amazing how consistent he is with that type of swing. Off the glove of Jake Lamb at third, and the Phillies tie the ball game. E5, 7-7. 5 consecutive Phillies have reached in the 8th.
The ball was hit hard, but an easy second hop to smother right there, right at Jake's feet. Got a glove on it, but just knocked it into foul territory.
Well, now here comes Peter Borges, the right-hand hitter who homered in the first inning. Andrew Chafin got the ground ball, but the Phillies got the tying run. Jake Barrett on his way in. Back in a moment. Bullpen. Daniel Hudson came on to start the 8th inning with a 3-run lead. Got the first out, then 5 straight Phillies reached.
Yeah, in his defense, none of them were hit very hard. A little squib shot into right, a cue shot off the end of the bat to the left side of the infield. Broken bat by Blanco, drops in front of Tomas in right field. And probably the hardest hit ball in the inning right there off the bat of Odubel Herrera. And Jake Lamb just couldn't handle it at third base. Phillies have now tied it up.
And the new pitcher for the Diamondbacks, the right-hander Jake Barrett, 3.54 ERA, 31 appearances. He has struggled his last 2 times out. Lone save at Colorado Sunday, and then a day later the Phillies knocked him around for 4 runs on 3 hits in 2/3 of an inning. Peter Borges, a home run in the first, his 3rd of the year. D-backs with 3 in the bottom of the 7th. Phillies have answered with 3 in the top of the 8th. Still 1 out. Blanco at second and Herrera at first.
Oh, man, what a save.
Boy, the reaction there by Chris after he blocked that one.
I think it's because he knew he got lucky right there. I mean, that's a tough pitch to block over in that left-handed batter's box. He turns the glove fingers down and just picks it cleanly out of the dirt. You know, ideally you slide over there and try to get your body in front of that one, but just make sure it doesn't get by.
The 7 labors of Chris Herman. 2-0. Fastball misses, and Barrett immediately falls behind Borges. 3 balls and no strikes. Jake has struggled at times coming into the middle of innings with inherited runners. And the bases are loaded. Cody Ashe, 2 for 4, an RBI double in the 5th, an RBI single his last time up. Mike Butcher.
We showed you this graphic a little bit earlier in the ball game. We've updated it with today's numbers. Bullpen has really been taxed and really been beat up late.
And keep in mind that includes 4 games at Coors Field. There's no getting around that. That's a different place.
And you know, we showed you the highlights of how this inning evolved here for the Phillies, and Daniel Hudson, he made good pitches. He got weak contact, but unfortunately everything they put in play found a hole. I mean, Daniel gave up 5 runs in his first 30 games this season. And right now he's on the hook for 9 in his last 4 outings.
6 consecutive Phillies have reached. They're loaded, 1 out for Cody Ashe. Pitcher spot is due up next for Philadelphia. Ryan Howard is in the on-deck circle. One and one.
Maybe did Jake Barrett a favor right there. Of course, you never know whether this would have been a called strike or not. It was right down there at the bottom of the zone. Jake's looking for that ground ball double play.
Drives it to center, backs up Bourne. Blanco at third will come in with a go-ahead run.
Another pitch down there below the bottom of the strike zone, but Cody Ashe likes him down there. Somehow got the barrel under, hits that long line drive into center field, drive home another Philly.
That's RBIs in the last 3 plate appearances for Cody Ashe. And with 2 outs, it's an 8-4 Phillies lead. Herrera is at third, Borges at first, Ryan Howard. 151 and 11 home runs. Walked twice last night, including the bases loaded walk in the 9th against Brad Ziegler. Ninth man to bat in the Phillies' 8th. Silvino Bracho warming up. Barrett behind on Howard, 2-0.
Good off-speed pitch behind in the count there. I think that's a Jake Barrett slider at 83 right in the middle of the strike zone. Got to be careful with off-speed pitches to Ryan Howard. That's something he can really still catch up to.
2 balls and a strike. Fastball missed, and Barrett's behind 3-1. Full count.
Can't go a whole game without Chris Herman getting hit by a foul tip. That one actually just caught him on the shin guard, then rattled around between the wickets and dropped straight down. No damage done.
Odubel Herrera's at third. Peter Borges at first. 2 outs, 3-2 to Ryan Howard. There goes Borges, and Howard takes another base on balls, and once again the Phillies have the bases full in the 8th. And they have batted around against the Diamondback bullpen.
First baseman, Tommy Joseph.
So Barrett has walked 2 of the 3 he's faced. Tommy Joseph led off this inning by lining out to Michael Bourne in center. He'll bat with the bases full and 2 outs. Strike 1. Joseph 0 for 4, 0 for 9 in the series. Jake jumps ahead 0-2. D-backs with 3 in the 7th. Now the Phillies with 4 in the 8th. The 0-2 to Joseph.
Trying to stay away from Tommy Joseph in this at bat, forced him to hit the ball to the opposite field. He just got a piece of that one to stay alive.
Hector Neris warming up in the Philadelphia bullpen. Another 0-2 to Joseph. There's a tap at a third for Lamb. The Phillies bat around. They score 4 and take an 8-7 lead. The 8th inning coming up. Hector Neris is on the pitch for Philadelphia. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. The Giants are coming in here. The first place Giants starting on Friday, day off tomorrow. And the Diamondbacks will see both Johnny Cueto and Jeff Samardzija in that series. Shelby Miller, Patrick Corbin, and Robbie Ray on the mound for the Diamondbacks. First of 3 against the Giants on Friday as we kick off All-American Weekend. Here's Hector Neris, his 42nd appearance of the year. Through 9 pitches, worked 1 inning last night. Brandon Drury leads it off for the Diamondbacks. Giants have Jake Peavy going tonight at Oakland. They'll play again tomorrow in that Bay Bridge Battle of the Bayou or whatever they call it. I don't know.
I don't think that's it, but that's a good try.
They get the gist. Yeesh.
0-1 to Drury. Padres are getting beaten up again by Baltimore. Orioles at Petco Park lead 12-3 in the 9th inning. Rockies are losing and have lost at home. Blue Jays beat them at Coors Field. Dodgers are at Milwaukee later tonight. Brandon Drury strikes out to open up the 8th.
Shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
Nick Ahmed. A base hit his last time up. He scored a run. So Nick has got 4 hits in the series. He's hitting 5 in a row.
Partner, according to my unofficial calculations, and they are very unofficial anytime it involves math, but since the beginning of that Rocky series, Diamondbacks bullpen has allowed the opponent to bat around in the 7th inning 1 time and in the 8th inning 4 times.
4 times.
4 times they batted all the way around in the 8th inning.
Since Thursday. Wow. Well, as you said, Bob, Daniel Hudson, no excuses, but Huddy got nickel and dime tonight. Little bloops and bleeders dropping in.
A couple of broken bats.
Yep. 1-2 on Nick.
Neris has a nasty splitter. Has action very similar to Tyler Clippard's split finger. It almost looks like a curveball, but Neris throws his a little bit harder.
Play.
Now this is where you'd love the rally to start. We've talked about it repeatedly over the last couple of weeks. Seems like a lot of the Diamondbacks rallies start at the bottom of the order. I think Ahmed came in to pinch hit in the 7th inning, stayed in the game to play defense at short. Gene Segura moved over to second base, but when you can get those guys at the bottom of the order on base before you roll around to the guys at the top, that's when good things tend to happen for the D-backs.
Blanco charges and Ahmed's aboard.
That time that ball did stay down. Blanco had to reach all the way down to ground level to make the play. Takes him 3 or 4 steps to right himself, and that gave Nick all the time he needed to beat that out for an infield hit. Extra little reach when that ball stays down at ground level and you're forced to go down and get it. It always takes you an extra step or 2 to get your balance before you can make that throw.
Well, Ahmed is the tying run at first with a 1 out for Michael Bourne, who was 3 for 3. 2 doubles, a single. He has scored a run. And after going 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts last night. It's been a crazy ball game. Diamondbacks were down 2-0. They led 3-2. They led 4-2 and 4-3. We were tied 4-4. They were up 7-4. Now they're down 8-7. Two and one.
Finally got a pitch up in the zone that time, trying to lay off of that pitch down below the bottom. Don't want to hit a ground ball. Possible double play in this situation. Michael Bourne looking for something up to try to drive into the outfield, but swung right through it that time. Goes right back to that split finger. Michael Bourne knows that's a ground ball waiting to happen. Probably upset with himself even for swinging at that pitch. Might have been a strike, but not a strike you want to swing at in this situation.
2-2. Neris gets the strikeout, his second in this inning, and that'll bring up Gene Segura.
Second baseman.
Segura hitless tonight. He did drive in a run with a sacrifice fly in the second. Nick Ahmed, the tying run at first, 2 outs. See if Gene can put something in the gap right here. Ahmed takes off, and he's in there ahead of the throw from Rupp. Stolen base for Nick Ahmed. He's the tying run, and Segura's ahead 2-0.
Nick leaning a little bit towards second base, got himself a nice jump, accelerates right into that head first slide and hangs on. Sliding to the far outfield side of the bag, making sure he's got that left hand down and keeps it down.
A single now can tie it up. That one gets behind Rupp, and Ahmed's in at third. Neris yanked that one. It's 3-0, a wild pitch. Got the pitcher spot due up next. Ricky Weeks Jr. is in the on deck circle. Three balls and no strikes on Gene Segura. 2 outs and Nick Ahmed at third. He walked him. Nope. Dale Scott. Segura's halfway to the bag, but time Dale decided to say strike. And it really wasn't. Three 1.
Down and under Cameron Rupp. Up and with Dale Scott.
Diamondbacks trying to get that equalizer. 3-2. Blanco at third, bare hands it. Segura beats it out. We're all tied. He'll head for second, and he's in there. Boy, Blanco, Bob, barehanded that. It almost looked like he was going to come home, and by the time he figured out he needed to get the out at first, it was too late.
Yeah, some real confusion here on the part of Andres Blanco at third base. 2 outs in the inning. Gene Segura hits one off the ground down there to third base. Blanco with a barehanded play, and right there thought about throwing home for some unknown reason. And by the time he regroups and throws across the diamond in an attempt to get Gene Segura, he makes a bad throw.
Well, that's a single and an RBI for Segura. He is now the go-ahead run in scoring position. And Ricky Weeks Jr. is the hitter, batting in the pitcher spot, which is second in the Diamondback order. And there's strike one from Neris. Ricky, 245 and 4 homers. Struck out in a pinch hit role last night. 0 for 4 and starting Monday.
Well, that's one way to produce a run. An infield hit, a stolen base, a wild pitch, and then a ground ball to third base. It should have been the third out of the inning. Nick Ahmed instead ends up on the plate with the tying run.
And put another error up on the board. The error on Blanco at third, allowing Segura to get to second. The 0-1 to Ricky Weeks Jr. Inside for a ball. Ricky batting .219 as a pinch hitter this year. He has struggled at the plate a little bit lately. He struck out 11 times his last 20 times up. Two balls and a strike. Goldie would be next. Two and two. Like Ricky might have got fooled on that one.
A hanging splitter up at the top of the zone once again.
Segura the go-ahead run. This is what Chip Hale likes about Ricky Weeks Jr. Professional at bats every time up. It got him. So Goldie will hit.
Cameron Rupp is trying to make a case to his bench to review this. A splitter that just got away. Looked like it might have just brushed the forearm possibly.
Hit by pitch is subject to review. You got Goldie coming up, Lamb behind him. I would think they almost have to challenge this.
Bob McClure just talked his manager into it right there.
No, he's going to go to the mound, and he's going to get a new pitcher out there. As Neris will come out of the ball game. No challenge from the Phillies dugout. Diamondbacks have tied it up, threatening to take the lead. Back in a moment. Goldie on the way up.
For D-backs Live, our post-game show, but we've had to flip the script a couple of times in this wild one. Right now, though, a great spot for Paul Goldschmidt to come through in the clutch once again, possibly.
Diamondbacks offense finding ways to stay in this game, still up in the air.
All right, a lot to get to, guys, obviously, in the post-game show. We will see you then. As always, we'll hear from the manager, Chip Hale, as well.
Thanks, guys. Goldie coming up now. Diamondbacks had the go-ahead runs on base against the closer, Jenmar Gomez, who worked a 1-2-3 ninth last night and got his 21st save of the year. He's on here, 8-8 ball game. Segura at second, Weeks Jr. at first. Goldie swings at the first pitch. He backs up Blanco, long throw. And Gomez throws one pitch and gets out of the jam, but the Diamondbacks get the tying run across. We go to the ninth inning. It's 8-8. Fourth we go, now tied at 8 as we start the ninth inning. Cameron Rupp will lead it off for the Phillies against the new pitcher for the Diamondbacks, Brad Ziegler. 16 saves, 32 appearances, a 2.88 ERA. Done in last night by a few infield singles and a couple of walks when he got the loss against these Phillies.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen one like that from Brad. Through no fault of his own, he got the ground balls he was looking for just past diving Diamondbacks infielders. Just couldn't quite get to him.
Cameron Rupp 2 for 4, a pair of singles will lead it off. Eight runs, 14 hits, 2 errors for the Phillies. 8 runs, 13 hits, 1 error for the Diamondbacks.
A couple of those seeing eye base hits last night were on the Brad Ziegler sinker, the underhanded sinker.
Yeah, they weren't even strikes, some of those. Yeah. Odubel Herrera hit one that was on top of his shoe.
Yep.
For a base hit in the 9th inning.
But then Brad kind of went away from the sinker to a lot more changeups, a lot more sliders.
Yeah, walked Borges, struck out Franco, then walked Howard with the bases full, and that was the difference in the ball game as the Phillies won it 4-3. Two and two. Well, the Diamondbacks have really been done in today, Bob, by the bottom of this Phillies order. Cameron Rupp, Freddie Galvis, Cesar Hernandez, the pitcher's spot, 11 for 16. They've scored 6 times. Rupp has a couple of hits. Galvis has 3. Hernandez has 3. There's a bouncer to Ahmed. Nice high hop for Nick. They retire Rupp to lead off the 9th.
Shortstop, Freddie Galvis.
There is Galvis. 3 singles. He scored a run.
Well, as today has demonstrated, anybody with a bat in their hands is dangerous, but you'd really like to think you can handle the bottom of the order a little better than the Diamondbacks pitching staff has done today. 3 hits for Galvis, 3 for Hernandez, 3 out of that 9 spot in the lineup.
Up the middle, Ahmed is there. Well, you want dangerous. I'll give you dangerous. Jake Lamb is going to lead it off in the 9th inning.
Nice.
And we know what Jake has done in terms of 9th inning home runs. We know what he's done to the Phillies this year. So that's the guy you would want leading off the home half. It'll be Lamb, Tomas, and Herman 4, 5, and 6 in the Diamondback 9th. Cesar Hernandez, 3 hits, including a double. He has scored a run. Oh and 1. Bouncer for Goldie. Brad Ziegler's not going to get there in time. And Cesar Hernandez has his 4th hit today.
Second infield hit. Man, he can fly down that line. When he's smelling a base hit, he's got an extra gear. He smothers that ball in the ground to the right side. Goldie has to go a little bit to his right, and Hernandez just wins the foot race.
Not much he could do there.
Brad a little slow getting off the mound, but I don't know that they would have had him anyway.
I don't think he's winning a 40-yard dash against Cesar Hernandez. Here's Andres Blanco. 2-run single. He scored a run in the 8th inning. Phillies put up 4 in the 8th.
Well, that speed that we just saw running down the first baseline. Cesar Hernandez, only 3 stolen bases on the season. He's been caught 5 times.
Yeah, 3 for 8. He takes off. Goldie's got it. So Brad Ziegler keeps it tied. Jake Lamb will lead off the bottom of the 9th inning. It's 8-8, the Phillies and the Diamondbacks. The home half of the ninth. Jake Lamb will lead it off. He's got 5 ninth-inning home runs this year. These are the 2 that have either given the Diamondbacks the lead or tied the ball game when they were down to their last out. And he has come through big time in this spot this year.
Don't forget how you did it.
They got a 3-run homer in the first today. He's 1 for 4 in there against Jenmar Gomez. And he looks at ball 1. He's better than a .330 hitter with 5 homers in the 9th inning. He had a solo homer in the 7th last night, a 3-run homer in the 1st today. Runner 1. Has to hustle over away from the shift, and Lamb's aboard. They were shaded over toward the right-hand side, a long way to get over there. And the winning run is on to open up the 9th.
Yeah, a shift beater, just because of where Freddie Galvis was positioned, had to run a long way to his right to get to that ball, throw back against his body, and Jake's able to leg it out for a leadoff infield hit.
Yasmani Tomas just did get there in time. Tomas has singled. He was walked intentionally. 1 for 3. Tomas homered last night. He's got 6 home runs in 11 games. And he has the Diamondbacks' only walk-off hit this year, April 8th against the Cubs. Set the wayback machine for April 8th against Trevor Cahill, and Tomas walks him off. Down 0-2.
Now this is a better matchup for Yasmani than a lot of closers in the National League. Gomez doesn't throw that hard. He's got a heavy sinker in the low 90s and a straight changeup as his 2 basic weapons. Tomas generally has trouble against guys that throw upper 90s, really hard throwers.
The 0-2. Drives it to center. It's in front of Herrera. Back-to-back singles open up the D-backs' 9th. And the winning run is in scoring position with nobody out.
Went down and got that one. Sinker at 90 right on that inside corner at the knees, and Tomas barrels it up into center field. Herrera had no choice but just hold his ground, freeze, and play it on a hop out there.
Well, Chris Herman has hit safely in 5 straight games, 7 of his last 8, but he is 0 for 4 today. Squares to bunt. That brings the corners in. Blanco from third, Joseph from first. It's 1-0.
Chris Herman does have 1 sack bunt this year, 5 on his career. And anytime you have runners at first and second in an obvious sacrifice bunt situation, I always point out it's dangerous for that runner at second. Jake Lamb trying to get that extra step on his secondary lead. If Chris Herman should happen to bunt through the ball, always a risk of a pickoff.
See where the shortstop Freddie Galvis is sneaking in behind Jake Lamb at second. There's a huge hole over there on the left-hand side for Herman. He squares to bunt again. It's a foul ball. You like the idea of giving up the out here?
Not so much with Chris Herman. He's shown to be a good contact hitter, puts the ball in play. I guess the biggest fear is he might hit into a double play.
Yeah.
But you already have one runner in scoring position. That's the only one you're concerned with right now is Jake Lamb out there at second base.
You got Drury on deck, Nick Ahmed behind him. Lamb the winning run. Squares again, gets the bunt down. Rupp will go to third, and they get him.
A risky play by Cameron Rupp, but at least initially Jake Lamb has been called out at third base. Cameron Rupp, for a big guy, got out of the chute quickly there, bare hands the ball, throws back across his body.
No challenge from the Diamondback dugout. So they erase the lead run. Brandon Drury will be the hitter. Tomas now the winning run at second base with one down. Drury singled and scored in the second inning. He's 1 for 4.
Brandon Drury, you're trying to tell yourself to see the ball up. Of course, you can't make Jenmar Gomez throw it up in the zone, but that's what hitting coaches will tell you. Make him get it up. Make him get it up. You just have to remind yourself not to chase anything mid-thigh down.
Missed for that breaking ball, and Drury's ahead 2-0.
Let it tail that change up back to the outside corner, left it just off the corner. Good hitters count here for Brandon Drury.
In there for a strike. Tony La Russa talks about these situations all the time. Going up there, being ready to hit.
2-0 Cookie on the inner third of the plate right there that time.
These are not the situations where you want to work the count. The 2-1 to Brandon Drury. Out of play. Cameron Rupp wants a word with Jenmar Gomez. Silvino Bracho is ready in the Diamondback bullpen if we have to go to extras. Brad Ziegler, who got the loss last night, if they can get Tomas home from second, would get the win today. Osmani at second, Herman at first. One out, a 2-2 count on Brandon Drury. Closer to shortstop. Galvis for one. Hernandez turns it. Well, they bunted to stay out of the double play. Now the double play ends the threat. They cannot get the run across and will play at least 10 innings here in downtown Phoenix. Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Trade it. Well, just what the Diamondbacks wanted. Another long ball game for the bullpen, and their 6th reliever is out there. In the 10th inning, tied at 8. It's the Bulldog right-hander Silvino Bracho. 8 appearances in the big leagues, an ERA near 8. He suffered the loss in Colorado Sunday. Gave up Mark Reynolds' walk-off homer in the 9th inning.
This is his 4th go-round with the Diamondbacks this year. Put up real solid numbers last year. His first experience at the major league level.
Odubel Herrera will lead it off for the Phillies in the 10th. Peter O'Brien will take over in left field for Brandon Drury. So pitcher spot will be 7th now.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe O'Brien goes into the 2 spot in the lineup.
There's a strike, 1-1.
And you double switch here to try to put the pitcher as far away from an at bat as you possibly can, because right now Chip Hale needs some length out of Silvino Bracho, possibly here in extra innings. So you move him to that 7 spot in the lineup where Drury just made the final out of the inning. Hopefully his spot doesn't come up, or does come up, whatever the Diamondbacks need to win this game.
A fly ball to Bourne in center. Bracho was called up over the weekend in Colorado because the bullpen was gassed as it is, and here he is, the 7th pitcher and the 6th reliever to work tonight after a long night last night for the D-back bullpen. He retires Herrera, and it'll work down to Peter Borges, who has homered and walked. Shortstop, tough play for Ahmed. Borges can really run, and he beats it out.
Well, I didn't think it was going to be that close. I'm not so sure if they didn't get him over here. Nick throwing on the run, gets a lot on it. We know Peter Borges can get down that line. Yep, just ahead of the throw. Man, how do you even make that close?
Borges aboard for the third time. A one-out base runner for Cody Asche. He has RBIs his last 3 times up there. He doubled in the 5th, singled in the 7th, drove in a run with a sac fly in the 8th. It's kind of a situation, Bob, where Borges' speed could be a real weapon for Pete Mackanin if he wanted to use him that way. But you've got your 3-hole hitter up there at the plate.
Yeah, a guy that's a left-handed batter and can pull the ball. You might want to just leave him there for a few pitches to give Asche an opportunity to try to shoot that hole on the right side.
Pitcher spot is due up next. That is 4th in the Phillies order, and Tyler Goeddel is in the on-deck circle. That one missed. We have talked about Bracho's front foot every time we've seen him, and he used to have a big dramatic 3-step process, but Bob, as we saw over the weekend at Coors Field, he's cut down on those steps a bit.
Yeah, 3 steps still, but a little more subtle.
It's usually 3 taps and then he comes set. 1, 2, and 3.
Back.
Two and 1 to Cody Asche. That's hard into right. Borges can fly. He'll head for third. The throw from Tomas is cut off. Well, that speed of Borges on a hard hit ball to right field is where it really comes in as he gets the extra 90 feet.
Borges' speed and the depth with which Yasmani Tomas plays out there in right field. That's a bad combination. Borges is going to make that easy. Nick Ahmed just cuts off the throw there on the shortstop side of the bag.
Third hit in the ball game for Cody Asche. And now Tyler Goeddel, the Rule 5 pick, will bat for the pitcher. 227, 3 homers. He went 0 for 3 with a strikeout Monday. Just 2 for his last 18 at the plate. Borges at third and Asche at first. 1 out. Yes, he went, Bob Davidson.
Just couldn't hold it back with that top hand. And safety squeeze, that's become one of the more popular offensive maneuvers, with runners at first and third and 1 out in the inning, when a double play might get you out of the inning. A lot of teams are going to this safety squeeze. The runner at third reads the bunt. If he thinks he can score, he comes on down the line. Otherwise, he just holds his ground down there at third base. The offensive team stays out of the double play and continues the inning. Cubs do it all the time. It's one of Joe Madden's favorite plays.
Goeddel sends this out to right field. Tomas runs it down. Boy, Borges had to go back to the bag, and he comes across. I think he thought that ball was going to get down. He took a few steps toward the home plate, had to go back to third and retouch the base. But the Phillies take a 9-8 lead.
A little bit of a fundamental mistake there by Borges. You got to stay on the base. If it gets over his head, you can walk home. And still no play at the plate. The Phillies take the lead.
So the rookie Tyler Goodell gets that run across. Two outs for Tommy Joseph. Yanks that one foul. And there is Sam No Neck Noriega, who makes a terrific play. Joseph 0 for 10 in the series. Yasmani Tomas again coming in, long run, and Yasmani's got it. But the Phillies get one in the 10th. They take a 9-8 lead. Bottom of the 10th with the Diamondbacks trailing 9-8. Nick was a critical factor in the 8th inning. With one out, he got this infield single. Stole second. Went to third on a wild pitch right there. And then came in on Blanco's bad decision as Segura hit one to third for a base hit.
Nick manufactured that run almost all by himself.
The new pitcher for the Phillies, the left-hander Brett Oberholzer. He got his first ever win in a relief appearance. That was back in April. And today is his first ever attempt at a big league save. A 5.35 ERA in 19 appearances. They had a hit for the closer Gomez. So here's Ahmed and Oberholzer in the Diamondback 10th, down 1.
For the battle of the bullpens, there's been some bloodshed today.
Oh.
Phillies have gotten 3 innings so far out of their pen. 8 hits and 4 runs for the D-backs. 4 innings out of the pen. 9 hits and 6 runs.
This is in the air. Borges runs it down. One pitch, one out for Oberholzer. There's that speed of Borges coming into play again.
Shows up all over the field, but especially on defense. Borges covers a lot of ground out there in right field. He's a natural center fielder.
Michael Bourne has had a very good day. 3 hits, including a pair of doubles. He has scored a run. Trying to bunt for a base hit. It gets it by the mound. Hernandez charges, and Bourne's aboard. The throw gets behind Joseph. And Michael Bourne will stay put at first. He's the tying run with 1 out.
Nicely done. Very deliberate bunt attempt that time. Michael Bourn made sure he squared around and got that ball down on the ground to the right side. He knew all he had to do was get it by the pitcher Oberholzer, and it was going to be a tough play for Hernandez. Hernandez tries to make the barehanded play and throws it away. Unfortunately for the D-backs, it hits the netting in front of the dugout over there on the first base side and comes right back to Tommy Joseph, so Michael can't advance any farther.
Fourth hit today for Michael Bourn. Here's Gene Segura. One and 0. Peter O'Brien on deck. 17 hits for the Phillies, 15 for the Diamondbacks. And he thought about maybe doing something with Michael Bourne's speed.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the more pickoff throws Michael can see over there at first base, the better read he's going to get on Oberholzer's move to first and his delivery to home plate. Yeah, you'd love to get him into scoring position right here if he can pick up something in Oberholzer's delivery.
6 for 9 in his stolen base attempts this year.
And Gene Segura needs to know too whether Michael Bourn might be attempting to steal second base. It might change his approach at the plate. If he knows the guy on first is going to run, he might try to shoot it through that right side.
Bourn holds it first. Segura takes a strike.
Up at the top of the zone once again.
Boy, now Dale Scott's going to start calling those.
He's got a flight to catch.
Apparently. That was a ball for 7 or 8 innings. Gene lays off. He's ahead 2 balls and 1 strike.
So far, Michael Bourne's getting a real good read on the pickoff attempts at first base. Nothing that's fooled him over there where he's leaning the wrong direction.
Fly ball to right field for Borges. Came in, now backs up. Well, 2 outs, and it's Peter O'Brien.
Left fielder,
Peter with 7 hits this year. 4 of them are home runs. He's batting .132. He's got his moment right here.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. You mentioned that Chip said that every at bat's an audition for Peter O'Brien. You know, the spotlight is on him right now.
Up there against a left-hand pitcher trying to get his first ever save. Peter has struck out 22 times in his 53 at bats so far. And he's down 0-1. Fastball misses up and in. It's a ball and a strike to Peter O'Brien.
I'd be very surprised if Peter gets a fastball anywhere near the strike zone. Saw one up and in right there just to kind of show him velocity on the fastball, but put it in a spot where he can't hit it.
Does have Goldie on deck.
Right back to the changeup.
1-2. He just has not been able to lay off these exact kind of pitches. The breaking balls or the off-speed pitches that just drop off the table. Just swinging at too many balls that aren't strikes, says Chip Hale.
A fastball in.
Got him. And the Phillies sweep the series. Well, the Diamondbacks, who won 7 of 10 on a long road trip, suddenly have lost 5 in a row going into their off day before the first place Giants come in here Friday.
D-backs ought to get in a bus, drive to Flagstaff, and spend the night at a hotel. Come back in time for the game against the Giants on Friday. Much better road team, and it continues here with the first 3 games of this homestand.
Joe Borowski standing by to break it down for you with Jody Jackson. Jody.
All right, thanks so much, guys. A lot to get to here on D-backs Live, presented by CenturyLink.